right, so getting set to kick off the race day here. 50cc Open riders down in the start gate. That'll be the first moto on the day. So riders in the 50cc Open lined up on the gate. We're going to count them down the line here. Get ready to go racing. Kicking off round 9 for the Winchester Speedpark Fall Series. Getting everybody situated down there on the start gate. Couple riders, couple last-minute adjustments. Good turnout here today for round 9. We've got a bunch of riders. We've got 32 riders on the gate here at 50cc Open. And here we go. And that looked to be 365. Nicholas Frazier with the whole shot. All right, your leaders all the way down the far tree line, the Winchester Expressway. And that looks to be the number 2, Cody Beckwith, taking over the top spot. Beckwith planting that tire hard in the turn at the end of the side drive section, but able to keep himself up on 2 wheels there. The leader going up the Dragon's back section. Looks like that is Beckwith out front. I believe that's Frazier in the second spot. And that looks to be the 901 of Ober into third. So there is the leader coming out of that switchback section and down into the finish line turn. So it is indeed the CD Davenport Trucking, LaValle Trucking Factory Connection ride. Cody Beckwith out front with the lead on a 365. Rocking that Superman cape there. That is Nicholas Frazier. The 901, Team Lake Hill alias Buckley Photos ride of Austin Ober sits in third. On the number 12, that is going to be Wiley Makepeace in the 4th spot. Rounding out the top 5 here on lap 1. Looks like it's going to be the rider on the 28, so Parker Harrington up in the top 5 early on. Looks like the Lashway Lumber back to ride of LJ Lashway in 6th, Mike Lockwood 7th. In the 8th spot here on lap number 1, it's going to be the 99 of Aiden Bailey. Running 9th, the number 10 of Connor Dion, and Jackson Vargas on the 22 is going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1 for the 50cc Open. And it looks like Ober starting to catch onto the back tire of Frazier there as they come to the end of the Riverside Drive section. Go through that big sweeping Talladega turn across the inside line. Frazier with a good run through there. And there you see the number 2. That is Beckwith making his way through there up into the Dragon's back section. Beckwith stretches his feet out. There is your leader, Cody Beckwith, making his way up and over the finish line. Jump rate and nice run into that roller section before the finish. He's going to hold on to the second spot for right now, but Ober does continue to gain on him a little bit. And now it looks like 28 of Harrington getting around the number 12, so Harrington will move into the 4th spot. There is Makepeace on the number 12, now rounding out the top 5. So Beckwith working his way through that big option jump section there. The bigger bikes, will some of those bigger bikes, you'll see doing that big 110-foot extension. We're not going to see that on the 50cc Open, no matter how good the line Beckwith has up to that. But he's got a good run going here as he comes into the inside section. It looks like he's been able to get through some of that traffic out on the track a little bit quicker, as he's going to stretch the lead out just a little bit now. As we pick up the battle between Frazier and Ober, there is Frazier heading up the Dragon's back section. Ober about the same gap back, so it doesn't look like he has closed the gap too much on the 365. We're working through the final lap here in the 50cc Open. Here is your leader coming through the roller section final time. Cody Beckwith on the number 2 gets the win there on the CD Davenport Trucking, the Valley Trucking Factory Connection ride. 365 of Frazier going to hang on to second, and the Team Lake Hill alias Buckley Photos 100% Dunlop ride of Austin Ober will take third. It is going to be the 28 of Parker Harrington hanging on to that 4th spot in the 50cc Open. Wiley Makepeace 5th. Jay Lashway, the Lashway Lumber rider, will finish it up in 6th. And here's 45 of Lockwood. He's just going to hold off Aiden Bailey right at the finish. Bailey on the 99 right on him. But Lockwood will hold 7th. Bailey will come across the line in 8th. We got Jeff Jacobs on the 511. Trying to hang on to that spot there, but the number 11, looks like Madison Casimir charging up on the final lap. So the Cas Equipment Dunlop rider is going to get up and take the 9th spot. The 511 of Jeff Jacobs will round out the top 10. And that'll do it for the 50cc Open. We've got 2-stroke Open riders coming off the start straight next. Riders in the 30 A and B. You should be in staging. 30-plus C riders down to pre-staging. Just finishing out the laps here for the 50cc Open. Here we go, two-stroke Open riders. That one looks like it is going to be the 46 of Jake Walker. So Walker with the whole shot there. So that is indeed the 46 of Walker grabbing the whole shot, but Walker going to have a little bit of trouble getting out of that Riverside Drive turn, and it looked like the 913 of Brandon Grigori coming right up alongside Grigori, able to pull the trigger on that big option jump, and he is going to take the lead. Kevin Hill in the third on the 205 Hilton Contractors ride. Looks to be the 349 of Brad Caparello up into 430 on. So it is the rider on the 913. That is Brandon Grigori out front with lead here. 46 of Walker grabbing the whole shot on the Moto E. Emily Chiropractic, New Boston Crane ride, but drops back to second. Wilson Contractors ride of Kevin Hill in third. That is Caparillo, the 349 in fourth. Running out the top five on lap one, the 105 DC3 Central Mass Power Sports DPS tire ride of Tyler Tunis. Looks like big place on lap one, the 127 Manchester Sports Center ride of Sam St. Laurent. Kyle Gattani on the number 2 Central Mass Power Sports ride sits in the 8th spot on lap one. I'm sorry, 7th spot. Chris Tebow in 8th, Zach Shea 9th. And Cameron Thurston, the Cycles 128 rider, will round out the top 10 on lap one here. And there you see Grigori and Walker both now airing out that big option jump into the Talladega turn. So Grigori and Walker 1 and 2 and starting to pull a little bit of a gap there. You can see there's your third place rider coming up and over that tabletop. And Hill looks like he is off the pace. Something's not right with that bike on the 205. Kevin Hill well off the pace. He's going to drop 2 spots. As Caparello, it looked like, and Sumas both going to get around him. There is Brandon Grigori and Jake Walker still 1 and 2. So St. Laurent moves to third. Tyler Sumas up into fourth. And again, not sure what the problem was there for the 205, but he is dropping back through the field. As we follow the battle for the lead all the way out to the far right-hand corner. There you see Walker going to the outside line. A nice run down the Winchester Expressway. Jake Walker pull right alongside Grigori. So Jake Walker, Brandon Grigori battling over that number 1 spot here in the two-stroke Open. Now Walker not getting the full extension on that. So 30-plus A riders next off the start gate. Riders in the 30-plus C, you should be in staging. 85 A and B riders in pre-staging. There is the battle for the lead up the center section. Walker back out front. So 2-lap board comes out. Walker able to pull the trigger and get that pass made. There is Grigori. And look at the gap back to third place as Jake Walker, Brandon Grigori running in the 140, low 140s. Walker a 144 that time around. You see Grigori trying to chase him down the Winchester Expressway. See that time Walker able to get the full extension. Grigori follows him up and over. Again, looking at the gap back to that third place run. There is Sam St. Laurent making his way down to the end of Riverside Drive. On the 105, DC3 Central Mass Power Sports DTS tire continues to in the fourth spot. And it is the number 2, Kyle Gattani, the Central Mass Power Sports Crow MX Twin Air Scott Motorsports Engine Ice Ride, rounding out the top 5 now. And there is going to get the 1-lap board, so Jake Walker one more time around for the K-Ray Graphics Team Justice Moto E Emily Chiropractic New Boston Crane Ride. As we see him come out of turn 2 there, Grigori getting after it. So leaders coming out of the back left corner, that big high banking Daytona turn. And now Walker and Grigori both getting into the thick of the traffic as they work through the laps here. So hopefully things could get a little interesting, but it looks like both riders able to get clear of that little pack that was right in front of them. Is Walker up the dragon back here. There's a 913 Grigori still staying in striking distance. Grigori has done everything he can to stick right there with Walker. Walker had that one good quick heater lap that was really to set the difference there. Grigori was not able to match the pace on that one. That is going to be the moto win for the New Boston Crane Moto E 60 helmets factory connection. Ray Graphics twin media ride. Jake Walker takes the win there. Solid run for the 913. Brandon Grigori across the line in second. There is 127. Sam St. Laurent going to make his way through the Manchester Sports Center rider, going to hang on to third. We got riders 30 plus A and B next off the start gate. go, 30A. That was the 34. Jimmy Edmonds grabbing the whole shot for the A gate drop. Get those guys out of turn 2, and we'll pick them up with the 30B gate drop. And it looked like the 320 able to turn that corner a little bit quicker there. Brendan Johnson. Beauregard had a good jump. Jeff Hab had a good jump, but 320 of Johnson able to get to the turn and get that bike turned around. So he will grab the whole shot. 30B gate drop. Leaders 30A coming down the Riverside Drive section. See a pack of the 30B riders making their way up. Leaders the 30A up and over the Loctite launch, the very center section of the track there. So there is the 51 out in front, Todd Rashad. So Rashad lead away from Jimmy Edmonds. Edmonds into the second spot now. On the 10, that's Mike Doucette sitting in third. That'll put the 57 of Kinsley in the fourth spot there. On to 320, the Johnson maintains the lead in the 30B. It is going to be the 58 of Jeff Hab into the second spot. On the 121, the Montiola sits fourth. CJ Rousseau just ahead of him there on the number 87 as they get into turn 2. And Aaron Brojo rounds out the top 5 on the 241. Jose Jr., the number 30 in 6th. Kerry Baker, 7th. Running in 8th, it's the 175 of Chevalier. Comu 9th. Jake Thompson, 99, going to round out the top 10 on the Knowles Honda Powerhouse Thompson Racing side. You see the 51 of the show heading into that option tabletop section. So 51 Yamaha ride out front here in the 30 plus A. 320 Brendan Johnson on Yamaha out in front in the 30B. 30 plus C riders next off the gate. 85 A and B, you should be in staging. 85 C riders down to staging. Things starting to get a little dicey here at the front of the pack in the B class as they start to work up into the riders. From the A gate drop, Johnson, the Cycle Trader Yamaha rider, holding the lead, the 58. Jeff Hab still in second. Rousseau right with him though, the 87 closing the gap. So there's Hab and Rousseau on turn 2, battling for that spot, trying to get into the second position. Beautiful fall day here at Winchester Speedpark. Hope everyone who's watching live online enjoying the show here. Got some great racing going on. We've got a good turnout here today, so it's going to be a good day for racing all day. Live from Winchester Speedpark. So there is the 51. Got the long hair flying there. Man after my own heart. Todd Rochelle. Solid run out front. Edmonds continues in second. Doucette and Kinsley still third and fourth. We are down to just 2 to go now as Rashad's starting to pull away a little bit from the field. And we've got a good battle heating up for second place now. The 58 of Jeff Hab all under kind of pressure. The 87 of Rousseau sticking right with him. And now Thiago Matiola on the 121 sitting in that mix. So the 121 sits fourth, Rousseau third. Hab trying to hold on to that second spot. He has got his hands full. The 241, Aaron Badura moves into the top 5. Jose Jr. in 6th on the number 30, Suzuki. There's the number 7, Kerry Baker. He sits in the 7th spot. The 175 KTM ride, Eric Chevalier 8th. This will be Sean Flaherty, the Winchester Motorsports rider, in 9th. And there is the 94. So Mike Comeau rounding out the top 10. Up this battle in the B class here. And these guys got the leader right ahead of them, so this could very quickly turn into a 4-rider battle for the lead here. 2 laps to go. Big sweeping Talladega turnout across center of the track there. And that is Johnson just ahead of him, so you got 4 riders in the same section here battling for the lead. As you look coming out of the switchback section, battle for second continues. Rousseau's got the inside line coming into the rollers. But no, the 58 able to cut back over on him. Hab is going to hold that spot. 1 to go. And there's the 121 Matiola. He's right in the mix as well. So the top 4 in the B class. A-class riders spread out a little bit. Brodeur sits in 5th in the B. But he got, again, a little bit of a gap back to 5th place ride. And there it is, the battle for lead in the B class. There, the 320. Johnson out in front. Jeff Hab able to hang on to the second spot. He's been dealing with CJ Rousseau all race long. Look at this, 34 making a run on the final lap. Around the outside, Jimmy Edmonds tries for it, but 51, Rashad is going to hang on. Todd Rashad had that lead pretty well in hand most of the race. Just about gives it up right at the checkered flag, though. And here it is, the B class. It is going to be the 320. So Johnson hangs on for the win. The 58 of Jeff Hab. Across the line second, and there is CJ Rousseau on the 87. The Factory Connection KTM third. Matiola on the 121 will finish it out in 4th. And We're looking for the 241 of Brodeur. See if you can hang on to that 5th spot. Here we go with the gate drop, the 30C. They like those outside lines, and it is going to be the 43. That looks like the Yamaha rider, Franklin, with the whole shot here. Little tangle up there in turn 2. Everyone's going to get out away. And there is the 43 of Franklin, going to lead him down the right-hand side. Trouble for the leader coming out of the S-turn section there. Puts a foot the wrong way, almost ends up stalling the bike. He is going to have a whole lot of company at the end of the Riverside Drive section. Oh, rider going off the side. So there is the leader. It's the 43 Franklin out front. Looks to be the 26 of Jason Smith the second. The 117 Greg Smith into third. And there he leads into that S-turn section. We'll switch back. So the 43 Yamaha ride, that is Eric Franklin out from the early lead. 26 of Smith hanging on a second. There is the 117 Greg Smith in third. So Jason Smith, Greg Smith in third. On the 17, Randy Pell sits in fourth here on lap 1. 522. Jeff Lozano going to round out the top 5. Pete Flores in 6, Jeff Mortimer 7, Ted Morton in 8, Steve Miss 9, and Jim Brainerd going to round out the top 10 on lap 1. Your leader coming out of that far right-hand corner there. Into that high bank Daytona turn. Franklin kind of using that midline through that switchback. And it looks like now the 117 of Smith. So Greg Smith starting to close up on the 26 of Jason Smith. And there you can see it looks like Randy Pell going to start to get a little pressure from the 522 of Lozano. There is using the inside line, that switchback section. Greg Smith continues to go after the inside line on Jason Smith, but cannot make a pass there. It's going to be the 5-2. Lozano, persistence paying off there. He's going to get around the 17. He'll take the 5th spot. Pell will drop down to 5th. 9:03. Ted Norton making some moves in that lap. Norton going to pick up 3 spots, pushing himself up towards the front of the pack here. As we see all the way down the far right-hand side, stretching the gap out just a little bit. See Greg Smith continues to put pressure on Jason Smith here. That's the battle for second here in BC. So here is the battle for second place. And now looks like Randy Pell trying to mount a charge to get back and battle with Lozano. Take that 4th place spot back. Gonna have a nice line on the inside. Can't quite get the wheel there. And now side by side up Dragons back. The battle for second place. The 117 Cowie has the inside line, so Greg Smith looks like he's going to make the pass. He's on the outside, coming out of that switchback section. Put him on the inside into the finish line turn section, but nice run to get the outside momentum on the 26. It looks like Jason Smith will back into second place with 1 to go. So your leader heading out of the far right-hand side here on the final lap. We're going to follow that battle for second place. As the 26, Jason Smith, able to get it back. Greg Smith on the 117 put in about 3 laps of work to get that pass made, and then gave it up right away. Oh, look, misplacement there for the rider in second. So Greg Smith doing his level best to get back into that second place spot. They're going to head into that big sweeping turn final time. And Jason Smith just stretching it out a little bit, so it looks like he is going to give himself a little breathing roll. A little bit of a trouble getting out of that inside line. Might have spoke too soon. And here is your leader. So Franklin will get the win on the 43 Yamaha, but here is the battle for second place. They are going to bring this one right down to the finish line turn. Smith on the outside, Greg Smith on the outside, Jason Smith on the inside, and it looks like the 117 is going to get him. See how trackside scores that, and yeah, the 117, Greg Smith makes the pass right at the finish line turn. Take the second spot, Jason Smith third. There's a 5-2 Lozano across the line in fourth, and Randy Pell, the 17, is going to round out the top 5. Here we go, 85 AB. That to be That was the 185. Grantley Carter grabbing the whole shot there. Have to get a look at the riders out front as they make their way down. We've got three guys battling for the lead as they go all the way down the Winchester Expressway, far right-hand side, far left-hand side of the track there. It is indeed Grantley Carter battling for the lead to 144. Austin Capricornitis right there in close proximity. And it looks to be the 26. Lashway, the Pilgrim Power Sports ride. Allen pulling up towards the front of the pack as well. Capricornitis on that inside line. He's going to make the pass. So Austin Capricornitis wasting no time, putting the move on 85 of Carter. Carter with the whole shot in the early lead. Now Capricornitis has got some clear track ahead of him. As you can see, the 26, Justin Allen trying to get up in the mix now early on as well. You do not want to let the 144 get too much room to run. So the Hop Racing KTM ride, Austin Capricornitis with the lead, 26. Lashway Lumber, Pilgrim Power Sports, Factory Connection, Fox Racing ride. But Justin Allen makes the pass over the finish line jump to move into second. Carter third. And look at the 111 of Larry Fort in the fourth spot there. They make their way down the right-hand side. And Ford going after the 185 of Carter coming down that Winchester Expressway. There's the 111 on the move. Looks like he is going to get the pass made. So there's the 144, Austin Capricornitis, 26, Justin Allen, the 111, Larry Fortin. Top three now here in the 85, baby. And we are very quickly going to have a three-rider battle for the lead here. So three different styles heading down the right-hand side. You see Capricornitis kind of stretching it out a little bit there. Justin Allen gripping it. And Larry Fulton just flat out going for it as much as he could get. Allen really starting to put the pressure on Capricornitis into the S2 section. Oh, and down goes the 26. Justin Allen coming to that inside line. He's going to lose the front end, it looks like. Back up and kicking the bike, but that is going to cost that battle for the lead. He was really putting the pressure on Capricornitis. So there's your leader, Dragon's back section. And there's the 111, Larry Fulton. No, we are not having an earthquake here. If you're watching the live stream online, the Camera jittering around. No, that's not an earthquake. That was a very heavy piece of machinery moving underneath me here. And we are down to 2 to go as 144 continues to run out front. Capricornus dealing with the pressure. Holding off 26 of Allen, and now he's going to deal with the 111 of Fortin on the final couple laps. 185. That is Grantley Carter still in third. The Lashway Lumber Pilgrim Power Sports ride of Justin Allen fourth. On the 101, moving up to round the top 5. That's the 101 Kyle Russell, the Scott Concrete rider. 734 Springfield Motorsports ride. Aiden Klink hanging on to 6. Owen Covell running in the 7th spot here. Is Ryan Lang at 8th, Matt Hanish 9th, and Nathan Koyman going to round out the field in. Oh, boy, was charged hard, but looks like he might have had a little trouble there. Looking down at the side of the bike, the hand goes up, frustration, as Fortin looks like he is going to be out of this one. So Carter will move to second. That is going to put Allen into third. And Austin Capricornitis just outlasting all comers at the front of the pack here. So there's the 144 up and over the top of the Loctite launch. Capricornitis with a sizable lead now. Here is the battle for second. Carter and Allen. Justin Allen not going to be denied. He's going to get back around into that second spot. So Justin Allen puts the Lashway Lumber Power Sports Kawasaki back to second. The 185 to Grantley Carter in third. On the 101, Scott Concrete Kawasaki. That is going to be Brian Russell moving up in fourth now. And the 24 is the Pilgrim Power Sports Factory Connection ride. Owen Covell rounding out the top 5. So Allen able to get that second spot away from Carter. There is your leader making his way into the option tabletop section. It was looking like we were going to size up a good battle for the lead here in the 85 AB, but unfortunately, problems for a couple of riders. Allen going down briefly, and then the 111 of Fortin having some bike issues. And that has been all she got. The 144, Capricornitis, money out front. He's going to make his way to the finish line turn, and that'll be the checkered flag to race win for Hop Racing KTM. That is Austin Capricornitis with the win. Justin Allen, the Lashway Lumber, Pilgrim Power Sports Factory Connection rider, will finish it up in second. And that one looked like it was the 430, the Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride. Josh Mazzone going to get the whole shot here for 85C. Plethora of riders coming out of that turn 2 section there. The 113, Merrill Cox taking the early lead here, but it looks like the number 9, Tristan, going to come up the inside line in the Riverside Drive section, take that spot away. So the Super Concrete rider now into the second spot. And looks like Mazzone going to move around as well. So the 430 rider into the second spot. So there's the number 9, Suzuki rider, Tristany out front. It's like the 430 of Josh Mazzone back into the second spot here. And the 523, I'm sorry, the 526. That is Taylor Beckwith, CD Davenport Trucking, the Valley Trucking rider, up into the third spot. So nice run to move up towards the front of the pack there. Colin Pouch on 8th in 4th. Tug Greenslitz in 5th. On the 113 Super Concrete ride, Merrill Cox in the 6th spot now. Running 7th, it's the 25 of Cameron Black, the 47 of 8. Josh Siegel 9. Mason Habrick on the 418. He's going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. As we watch Tristany down the Winchester Expressway. Beckwith continues to chase after the 430 of his own as they go through the big sweeping Talladega turn. And they see the number 9 working his way back up towards the inside. So Tristan, going to lead him out through the zone. Beckwith and Colin Pouch. 3 riders all starting to battle it out now for that second spot. Beckwith on the outside. Going to take that second spot away from his own. So Beckwith slingshots around the outside, and Taylor Beckwith now going to move into the second spot. So Logan Tristany, Taylor Beck, Josh Mazzone, Colin Pouch, and Tug Greenslip, top 5 now. Cameron Black moves into Eddie Powell 7th. Merrill Cox, the 113, sits 8th. Looks like Josh Siegel and Mason Habrick. Sorry, Josh Siegel 9th. Arona. TF Rider going to move into the top 10 now on the number 8. Beckwith with a run around that outside line to get away and get a move around Mazzone, but the 430 of Mazzone, he is continuing to attack. He chases back down after that second place ride, and they are pushing the pace. And there's number 9, Tristan. He's still just ahead of him. So 85 C riders out on the track here. And the number 9, Logan Tristan, trying to hang on for the win. We will have open A and B next off the gate. Open C riders, you should be in the staging area, and riders in the women's class down to pre-staging. Down to just one to go for the number 9, the Aussies Steak and Eggs County Ambulance Dunlop 100% North Services ride. Logan Christeny with the lead, the 526. That is Taylor Becker, the CDAP Trucking Factory Connection ride in the second spot. Mazzone continues to hang on a third with Colin Mouse right there. And there's the Chef Planet wide open racing ride of Tug Greenslett rounding out the top 5. Colin Pounds closing up the gap now on the 430 of Mazzone, so third place right in his sights here. We'll see if Pounds can make something happen. And there you see the number 9 at Trinity working that inside line through that sweeping Talladega turn. He has got Taylor Beckwith all over him. Beckwith has caught the leader significantly. I'm not sure if it was the traffic that helped him out or what, but Beckwith is now all over the number 9 at Tristany. Less than half a lap to go, side by side over the top. And we've got traffic in front of them. Both riders have to change up the line. And that one might have worked out a little better for the number 9 as Tristany holds the advantage here. Beckwith had pulled right alongside him. They come down the rollers through the finish line turn, and it is going to be the County Ambulance 100% Condren Construction Aussies Steak and Eggs North Services Dunlop ride. Trinity hanging up for the win. Taylor Beckwith, the CD Davenport Trucking, the Valley Trucking Factory Connection rider across the line second. Solid run all the way through. Mazzone Plumbing and Heating rider Josh Mazzone going to hang on the third. The Chef Plant. I'm sorry, Colin Pounce gets third. My mistake. Josh Mazzone across the line fourth. It's going to be Greenslett rounding out the top 5. And the 21, Josh Siegel, back all the way down to the finish with Mason Habrick. He has no quit at all. We've got open A and B riders next off the start gate. Hoping everyone enjoying their day here today. We are live streaming, so you can go look at the live stream on the Winchester Speedpark Facebook page. You can go on my Facebook page if you're a friend of mine on Facebook. Share that out. Let folks know we are live streaming here. Go open A and B. That is going to be the 238. That is the No Limits Factory Connection Suzuki ride. That is the Fox Racing Factory Connection ride. Ben Robinson with the pole shot here for the Open AB. Robinson getting some company early on. So leader going through that inside rhythm section. That is Zarnata on the 368, giving a little bit of pressure to the leader early on here. Looks like Taylor Barnett in the third spot as they go up into that Dragon's Back section. So Ben Robinson, Steve Zanata 1 and 2 here. It is indeed the number 12. Taylor Barnett, Suzuki rider on the Florida. The racing rider sits in third. Sitting in fourth on lap 1. It's going to be the 205 at Kevin Hill. Kyle Gattani, the Central and so racing rider, rounds out the top 5. Kyle Bill on the 305 sits in 6th. It's Justin Farnham, the 919 rider, in the 7th spot. Cameron Paul on the 41 and 8th. Matt Giovanni 9th, and Corey Beatty going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. So Robinson and Zarnata still battling out at the front of the pack here. And Robinson knows how to get that bike off the gate. That is one of those things you can always count on the 238. It's going to be off the gate. He's either going to grab the whole or he's going to be up at the front of the pack pretty consistently off that gate drop. And Zarnata is going to have his work cut out for him, trying to take the lead away. Going to use that outside line and sweeps all the way around, going the long way. And Zarnata takes that lead away from Ben Robinson. So Steve Zarnata got to take that one all the way out to the panels in the finish line, but to make the pass. And Robinson trying to answer back. There you see Barnett, number 12, come out of turn 2 in the 3rd spot. Then Hill, the 205 till 4. Looks like it's going to be the number 2 of Gattani giving up that 5th spot at 305. Kyle Bilodeau is into 5th now. So the Central Mass Power Sports JDK Pavement alias Factory Connection rider into the top 5. Just ahead of Robinson. And now looks like Barnett starting to close up the gap a little bit on 238. We're down just 2 to go now. So Steve Zarnata, the C3 suspension rider, out in front. The 238 limits. Suzuki, Robinson maintaining second. Taylor Barnett on the Mums Racing ride sits in 3rd. It is still Kevin Hill in 4th, and the 41 can fall. Let's take that spot away. He gets around, takes the spot. So Zanata, a little look back over the shoulder there. He heads up, dragging back. He's got a pretty comfortable gap right now. A few seconds to hit 238 to Robinson. And looks like Robinson picking up the pace a little as he's stretched out the gap just a little bit. over the number 12 of Barnett. You see Barnett coming up and over the top of the launch. And we're now down just one to go. Looks like Robinson's trying to creep up a little bit now on Zanata. He's closed up the gap a little bit. I'm sure Zanata easing off the throttle a bit. Getting a little bit hung up with some of the lap traffic. You can see those riders in close proximity, but it is going to be the 36 of Granada. Is he going to get into that finish line a little bit harder there? Robinson looked like he got offline coming into the turn, so that cost him a shot at trying to roll up in there. The Mums Racing Suzuki ride that is going to be the number 12. Taylor Barnett coming across the line third. Here's a 205. Kevin Hill, he's going to hang on a fourth. Looks like it's going to be the 41. Cameron Fall rounding out the top five. I'm going to get ready to go now with the Open C riders. As soon as Jake Walker had a battle right down to the finish line turn, that was to stay inside the top 10. Here we go with the Open C. That is going to be the 485 KTM ride. Solid jump down to the turn. And Devin O'Leary with the hole shot. I'm sorry, that's actually the 465, but got the name right. That's really what counts. And Devin got the hole shot, so I'm sure he's going to be pretty happy about that one. Got a Suzuki rider coming up alongside him on the Winchester Expressway. Actually, that's a Yamaha. That is a 48 Yamaha, I believe, of Fenhoff creeping up on the leader. He's going to make the pass. You see Fenhoff, the lone rider so far to air that big option jump. So it is indeed the 48. Alex Fenhoff, Yamaha rider out front with lead to 465 of Devin O'Leary into the second spot. Looks like it's the 884 of Jason White into third. White's got some company in third spot as we see leader down to the finish line turn. So the 48 of Fenoff with the 465. O'Leary in second on the 800, sneaking out into that third spot. That is going to be Pounce, it looks like. So, I'm sorry, Aiden Willett. So Aiden Willett taking that third spot away from Nathan White. White sits in fourth now. On 822, it is going to be Caleb Connors rounding out the top 5. DeRoma in 6, Tommy Lee Graca, the GeoSearch rider, in 7, Jordan McCoy 8, John Shea 9. John Demers is going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. Said you see Fenoff hitting that big option jump, and that's going to give him about a lap. We watched the riders working their way through it. I believe he is the only rider here in the open seat hitting a big jump. It's an intimidating jump, 110 feet. You got to nail that lane just right. There's not a lot of error there, so Fenoff, the only rider rolling the dice on that one here in the open seat. We watch him up and over the top of the Loctite launch Yamaha rider. Open seat riders on the track. Class Moto next off the gate. Riders in the 50cc 7 and 9. You should be in stage 54 to in pre-staging. The Manchester Sports Center ride of Colin Pounds on the 8. Starting to close up the gap. Sorry, Aiden Willett. I keep calling Aiden Colin Pounds. Sorry about that, Aiden. He's riding good. I should really do the right name for him. And now the 603 of DeRoma. Up in the mix. He's going to get around Tommy Rocker, move to 6. And they both get around the 822 of Connors. Now DeRoma is 5th. Rocker in 6th. These riders working their way up the field. There's the battle for second place, Abe Willett and Devin O'Leary. You leader making his way away out of that Riverside Drive section. You can see Willett switching up lines, coming to that rhythm section. And they're going to head up Dragon's Back. Both riders struggling to get to that inside line. And Fenoff, meanwhile, going to get the one lap board as we fall about for the second place position here. Oh, a little bit of trouble for O'Leary. He's going to give the spot up. O'Leary with a little bit of trouble getting out of that switchback section there, and Willett pounces on him. There is the 884, Jason White hanging on the fourth spot. Comes through for one lap board. GeoSearch Kawasaki 5 of Tommy Lee Graca rounding out the top 5. DeRoma going to drop back down to 6th. So that battle will continue. Here's a number 12, John Shea. He's going to come across the line now in 7th. Connors 8th on the 93. That is Jordan Magora moving into 9th. Rounding out the top 10 here on the final lap. It is the 69 is Sean Demers. Looks like Willett stretching his lead, his position out a little bit. A good spot there going in second. Going to take advantage of a little problem for O'Leary there, just a little miscue. And that was all it took. We'll pick up heading up the Dragon's Back here. That is going to be the checkered flag coming out the race win for the rider on the 48. That is the Yamaha ride of Alex Fanoff with the win. Solid run to get through the field and get into that second spot on the 800. Manchester Sports Center ride of Aiden Black. So Black had to work with that one. On the 465, that is Devin O'Leary across the line in third. Rocca making a push on the final lap here, but the 884 Honda of White will hang on to fourth. Gio Search Kawasaki, Tommy Lee Grock pushing the issue there right at the finish line turn, but he is going to have to settle for fifth. Here we go with the women's class get dropped. On the outside line, that looks like it's going to be the 23 of Alyssa Caputo grabbing the whole shot. Trying to get the rider there, then on the rider taking over the top spot. It looks like Caputo going to drop back to third. Looks to be the 60 of Kendall Chase in the second spot. And that is the 680 on Shannon Fleming out front with the lead there. Fleming with the tiniest numbers that she could possibly purchase. I believe those are on a mailbox for a dog. Very, very small. He's got the right idea getting out. Go. The 60 of Kendall Chase sits in that second spot. The Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride on the 23 Caputo in third. On 160 Yamaha, Cheyenne Andrews up in the fourth spot here on lap one. Rounding out the top five to 53 of Taylor Costa. It is Jenny Patty on the 18 in sixth. Running seventh on lap one. Billy Goyette. Gabrielle Connors in eighth. In his ninth. See Bernard, the 418 will round out the top 10 here on lap one. Should have recognized the aggressive style there. Fleming, she is a rider who is very forward on the bike, so not surprised to see her get up to the front of the pack. She's going to air out that 110-footer. So the 681 Auto Specialties, Johnson Heating and Cooling Fly Racing Cup on a CrossFit ride. Shannon Fleming with the lead here on the number 60. That's the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Suzuki ride. Kendall Chase into that second spot. And there is the 23 KTM Ceruto making her way up in third. Yeah, looks like Cheyenne Andrews still hanging on at that fourth spot as she comes into the inside rhythm section, with Taylor Costa rounding out the top five right behind her. So 2 to go here in women's class moto. Fleming on the 681 all the way down the Winchester Expressway, far side of the track there. There you see Fleming and Aaron out that big table to single, the 110-foot jump there. We'll leave this set here. I don't think anyone else is hitting that in the women's class. I think Fleming might be the only one. So this is race number 9 in the race order out on the track, women's class. 50cc 7 to 9 next off the gate, 54 to 6 you should be in staging, and 450 A and B in pre-staging. So to go as Fleming continues to run out at the front of the pack, solid gap on the field. Working through the final lap here in the women's class. Yeah, look at a pack of riders all trying to battle inside the top 10 here. Jenny Patty, Gabrielle Connors, Kathy Lee, Sarah Bernard, and Amberly Goyette all trying to stay inside the top 10 here on the final lap. There is the leader up and over the top of the Loctite launch. That'll be the checkered flag, the race win here on the Auto Specialties down at CrossFit, Johnson Heating and Cooling, Fly Racing, X Cross Links Racing. Shannon Fleming with the win there. On the number 60, making her way through to hang on to the second spot. That is going to be Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride of Kendall Chase. Underway here in the 50cc 79, it looks like. That was the 365. It looked to be Nicholas Frazier with the whole shot. Leads out of the S turn section. Looks like that is Frazier out front holding the early lead. So Frazier would lead. It looks like it is a 74 Loki into the second spot. So it is Nicholas Frazier with the early lead, the 74 of Oki in the second spot. The 29, Lashway Lumber Ride, LJ Lashway trying to hang on to third. Harrington on the 28 around the outside. And there's Ober, the 901 team let kill by. There is third, fourth, and fifth, all tight together in a pack. As equipment, Leah Ride of Madison Casimir in sixth. The 225, that's Owen Webster sitting in the seventh spot. Ben Nerona, the 35, is 8th. Mike Lockwood on the 45, 9th. And rounding up top 10 here on lap 1 it is going to be the rider. It looks like the 10 of Connor Dion will round out the top 10. And it looks like Harrington and Ober are going to get around and take that spot away from halfway. So Harrington moves to third, Ober to fourth. So there is Nicholas Frazier cape flying there, the old Superman cape going. One to go. Van Oki on the 74th in the second spot. On the 28th, that's Harrington in third, over fourth. And Lashway rounding out the top 5. Casimir still down the spot. 225, Owen Webster in seventh. And looks like Ben Rona now going to win 8. Mike Lockwood 9. Number 10 out the top 10. So there is Ulito coming up over the top of the tabletop into that inside rhythm section. Frazier holds a lead, but the 74 of Van Oki will close right up. There's not much distance between first and second. You get that battle for third place going on. That's pushed those riders right up. So less than half a lap to go. You see Frazier running that inside line there. That'll be the check flag coming out. The race win here at 57-9 to the 365. Frazier with the win. For across the line in second. On the 28, Harrington just going to hold off the team alias Buckley Photos 100% ride of Ober. So Harrington will get third, Ober fourth. And it's the Lashway Lumberback ride of Jay Lashway rounding out the top 5. Number 11, Maxton Casimir, the Cavs equipment lead on my rider across the line 6. When Webster going to hang on to that 7th spot. Looks like Lockwood will get 8. Ben Nerona across the line 9. We'll look for the 2-2 of Jack and Vargas, see if he can hang on and round out the top 10 here. And go 54-6 gate drop. Big jump off the gate for the number 12, Wiley Makepeace. Grabbing the whole shot here. So Makepeace leads him into turn 2. Looks like the 99 Bailey up into that second spot early. Down the side drive section. And it is indeed the number 12, Wiley Makepeace. So Austin Covell on the 25, going to make the move to second. You can see the number 12 of Makepeace. He has got a pretty good gap early on here. So there is the lead around number 12. That's what we make piece out front early on here. Good battles going on behind him. It's going to be the 99 KTM. That is Aiden Bailey hanging on to the second spot. The 25, Austin Codell in third. The 13 of Christian Nyman fourth. Look at the battle for fifth. The 0-2 Olivia Sachs coming to the inside right before the finish to take that spot away. Sebastian Sari now sixth. The 217 Kyle Bow in seventh. 222 Caden Vargas in the eighth spot. Running ninth on the 884, that's Sean White. And running at the top 10 on the number is Jamison Kodia. Looks like your leader might have gone down over the top of that tabletop there. And he did. Wiley Makepeace going down. He is back up and trying to fire the bike over, but here comes the 99 of Bailey. So that to shake things up at the front of the pack a little bit. There, it looked like Wiley Makepeace got himself a little sideways going up to the top of that tabletop and got a bad bounce on the landing. Looks like the 99 Aiden Bailey going to make his way through the finish line section. Wiley Makepeace just able to regain the lead, so Makepeace able to get himself back up just ahead of Bailey. The 99 sits in the second spot. There is the 25. That is Austin Covell. Hanging up the third. Christian Nyman on 15 fourth. And there, Sebastian Sari now going to round out the top five. So Wiley Makepeace and Bailey 1 and 2 heading to the inside. Looks like there is your leader making his way out of this turn section. And that is going to be the checkered flags. The race win here on the number 12 KTM. Wiley Makepeace takes the win. The 99 Aiden Kelly's solid run to get across the line in the second spot. There's the 25, Austin Covell, Cobra Rider across the line in third. On the 13, Christian Knight across the line to hang on a fourth. And 514, Sebastian Sari trying to hang on to that spot here on the final lap. The 0-2, Olivia Sass charging. Sass can come up in sixth, so Sari hang on a fifth. There's a little across the line, 7. The 450 A and B riders next off the gate. Just here in the 50cc class finish out their laps. 450 A and B rider is going to fire down the start straight next. 450C, you should be staging super mini riders in pre-staging. And here we go. Zarnata and Robinson side by side. Zarnata has the inside line. He can steal the whole shot in this one. Trouble for the 12 of Taylor Barnett going down here in the turn. On 3:05 is going to be Philadelphia in the whole shot. That looked like it was a walk trying to slingshot out of the turn there. So those are Robinson 1 and 2 in the 458. Looks to be the 919, and Justin Farnham up into the third spot early on. So Steve Bernard, Ben Robinson, Justin Farnham, Taylor Barnett, and Matt Woodman, the top 5 in the 458. In the 450B, that's the 833 out in front. Tim McGraw with the Philadelphia in second, 41. Kemba Duvall in third, Steve Brady fourth. Looks like Macarello going to round out the top 5 of the Philadelphia all over McGraw. And now 41, Cam Dufald up in the mix, trying to get into that battle for lead in the B class. Meanwhile, Zarnata pounding out the south front in the 450A DC suspension Suzuki ride. The No Limit Factory Connection FMF ride. Ben Robinson sits in second. On the number 12, Taylor Barnett, Mums Racing Suzuki rider, able to claw his way back up to third. Barnum on the 919, Yamaha fourth. And there is the 5 away to Woodman, still rounding out the top 5. And the 305, Kyle Bilodeau making a move around. It's the lead, the 833. Someone instead riding McGraw on that outside line. Trying to get back into it. Fall sits in that third spot. You got 3 riders all battling for the top spot. The turn they go. And Brady now up in the mix as well. So Steve Brady on the 170. He's another rider that's at the front of the pack. No there. So the battle for the lead in the B class. Kyle Bilodeau, Tim McGraw, and 41 of Fall. And a couple riders missing that big option tabletop. We are just cranking up laps here in the 450As. Zarnata, Robinson, Barnett, still the top 3. laps here in the 450 A and B. Zarnata all over the lead in the 450 A. Robinson with the early lead, but Zarnata able to take it away from him. Kyle Billy getting out around the top in the B class, and McGraw second and third. We do have the result of the chili cook-off and the pumpkin carving contest posted down on the results board down there. So make sure you stop down and check that out. And there's the battle for the lead in B class, 305. Kyle Bilodeau's got it on the Central Mass Power Sports ride. The 41 Suzuki of Cam Dufault going to take it away. Fall goes wide around the outside in turn two. Bilodeau holds the inside line, but no change in position, it looks like. So down to the Winchester Expressway, and Cam Dufault, the 41 Suzuki, going after Billy to make the pass. Cam Dufault, patient, getting off there as he takes the spot. Now here comes the 305 Philadelphia trying to get back across the inside. And Dufault not able to pull the trigger on that option jump, and that'll put Philadelphia back in the lead. On the outside line, and again, he's going to take the pass to take the top spot away. We're down to 2 to go as Zarnata makes his way up over the finish line jump. So Cam Dufault, Kyle Bilodeau, team across top 3, and it's going to be Brady to take that third spot away as McGraw drops down 1. So Brady Hill, 18, been chipped away slowly at the gap out in front of him. He's able to get around. So Brady now comes out the top. Jeff Venanza in 6, Jeff at 7, Shannon Fleming 8, Alex Verdes in 9. And Brandon Gallagher round out top 10 here. Get down and 1 to go. Paul able to get a little bit more breathing room now on the front of the pack over the 5 of Bilodeau. is the checkered flag. The race win on the DC3 suspension ride. So Steve's with the win there. 238 FF, Connection, No Limits, Racing Suzuki ride. Ben hang on second. And look at the Mum Racing, number 12. Barnett hang on a third. And here's your race winner in the 450 on the 41. That is King to Fall. 305. JDK Central Mass Power Sports ride. Bilodeau across the line, second for the 450B. And we're looking for the 18 of Brady Hill on the third in the 450B. We got 450C riders next off start straight. The 93, that is going to be Jordan Joy the whole time. And McGrory holding the lead. He's going to get a challenge at the end of that Winchester Expressway. And it looks like that is going to be trying to get a look at that number there. Couldn't quite catch it. So that is the 22 Yamaha Ryan Holton out front for the lead. The top away early on. So there you see us coming out of that switchback section. Looks like McGrory in the second spot. He's going to give that spot up. So the 106 of Eddie Copeland to the second spot. McGrory now third. Caleb Brown is trying to hang on a 4:22, but there's 48. Get down to take the spot. The Winchester Expressway out front. Ryan Olson, Evan Copeland second. McGrory third. Caleb Connors, Fenno battling over that fourth spot. Taylor Glover in sixth. John Chase seventh. Steve Brown eighth. Casey McNamara ninth. And John Little on the 9-11 rounding out the top 10. So it's 450C out on the track. Mini rider next off the gate, out in the 40 plus AB. You should be staging 65 open riders down in pre-staging. Fenoff charge up to that second spot. We got the 2 board out. So the 22 of Ryan Olson. Feel a little pressure from the 8 of Fenoff. Go ahead and set. On the 106, Copeland hanging on the third. Good to see Evan back. See Evan Copeland quite a little time. So Open Fenoff 1-2, Copeland on the third kick on the fourth, and now Tyler Glover on the 4-3-7 is into the top 5. And now Fenoff catching the lead up to Patton's back. All right. Push to move up towards the pack, and now Fenoff, you see him grab a handful of throttle every single time he gets over the top of that thing. Nice move to the inside. He's going to show him a wheel. And Fenoff to the outside, and he is going to make the pass. So the 48 taking over the top spot here with 1 to go, and the 22 of Ryan Olson answering back through the start turn. So Olson going to try and hang on to it. Looks like Fenoff going to make this one stick. And now Copeland going to start to deal with the 822 as Connors right on him. Connors moves into 4th. That's going to put Jordan Magoria down to the 5th spot on the 93. Fenoff able to make that pass stick, and he is now starting to pull away a little bit of a gap as he comes down the Riverside Drive section. So there is leader up and over the top of the Loctite launch on the 48 Yamaha ride. One more time to the inside. So Fenoff, a little look over the shoulder there. He realizes he's probably going to have enough room to hang on to it. And he will take the checkered flag for the race win. So the 48 Factory Connection Yamaha ride, Alex Fenoff with the win in the 450C. 22 Yamaha ride across the line in second. That is Ryan Olson. And solid run through the rollers. The 93 Magoria just going to take that third spot away on the final time through. So Magoria will finish it up in third. Evan Copeland across the line fourth. And looks like the 437 of Tyler Glover is going to move him to round out the top 5. And we're going to get set to go now with Super Mini. And right up the center, the 111 of Larry Fortin grabbing the whole shot, but he overshoots the turn, and that's going to let the 144 of Capricornitis by. A couple riders losing it going into turn 2 there. So there's Austin Capricornitis, the 111 of Larry Fortin, 1 and 2. Looks to be the 185 of Carter sitting in third down the Riverside Drive section. So Capricornitis, Fortin 1 and 2 up the Dragon's back. So there is the Hop Racing KTM ride. Austin Capricornitis out front to the early lead on the Chaplin Motorsports 111 ride. That is Larry Fortin. 185 of Carter sits in third. On the 35, up into the fourth spot, that's Aiden LaFlemme. Rounding out the top 5 here on lap 1. Looks like it's going to be the rider. So it is the 333 Justin Gonzalez, the Mums Racing HK Power Sports rider. Brian Russell, the Scott Concrete rider, in 6. Aiden Kling in the Springfield Motorsports Yamaha 7. Justin Allen on the Lashway Lumber ride 8. Matt Hanisch 9th on the MC Racing ride. And Josh Mazzone is going to round out the top 10 here on the 430 Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride. Looks like a little trouble for the 111, as it looks like Carter has gotten around into that second spot. And no. No, that is still the 111 of Fortin right on him, so must have been a lap rider coming through the middle there. So Capricornitis, Fortin 1 and 2. There's the 185. Carter sitting in third. The 35 still running in the fourth spot. That's Aiden LaFlemme. And the Scott Concrete ride of Brian Russell now into the top 5. And he's going to have Justin Allen putting the pressure on him as Allen gets around into 6th. The 111 Chapman Motorsports ride. Larry Fortin is all in on this one. He is giving everything he's got, trying to chase down the 144. there's the 140. Oh, and down goes the 111. Larry Fortin stuffs the front end, and he is going to lose it. Fires the bike back up, does not lose a spot, but that is going to end the battle for the lead as he was trying to push that inside line hard against Capricornitis and lost the front end. So there is your leader, going to get the 2-lap board now with a big gap on the field. So Fortin back up and running, hanging on to that second spot, but the damage is done. There's Carter in third. And there is your leader, airing it out down the right-hand side. Big gap on the field now for Austin Capricornitis. So your leader making his way back to the inside rhythm section out front here on the 144. This is Super Mini out on the track. 40 plus A and B riders will be next off the gate. One to go here. As I said, 40 plus A and B next off the gate. Riders in the 65 open. You should be in the staging area, and youth A and B riders down in pre-staging. And still a pretty good gap on the field. There's the 111 of Fortin making his way through. He's going to continue to charge. I know Larry Fortin, he is not going to back off the pace one bit. He had one bad lap there. Just cost him that spot. There's the 26, Lashway Lumber. Pilgrim Power Sports ride. Justin Allen going to make his way to third. Grantley Carter now fourth. And there's the 101, Scott Concrete ride. Brian Russell continues to round out the top five. Justin Gonzalez sixth. Aiden Klingen in seventh on the Springfield Motorsports Yamaha. So Austin Capricornitis working his way through the final lap here. You see who is sneaking into the picture there. The 111 of Larry Fortin is not letting this one go. Fortin is going to charge this one all the way through. Final time into the finish line turn section for the checkered flag, and that is going to be the race win here in the Super Mini for the Hop Racing, Fox Racing ride of Austin Capricornitis. Solid run all the way through. One little mistake took him out of that battle for the lead, but you cannot hang your head too much there. Good run for second on the Chapman Motorsports ride for Larry Fortin. And the 26, Cactus Jacks, Lashway Lumber, Pilgrim Power Sports ride. That is Justin Allen across the line to take that third spot. Brandon Carter fourth, and we're looking for the 101, Brian Russell, to hang on and round out the top five on the Scott Concrete ride. We've got 40 plus A and B next off the gate. Oh, it looks like Russell having a little trouble on the final lap, as it's going to be the 333 Mums Racing HK Power Sports ride of Justin Gonzalez getting third. So 40 plus A and B getting set to leave the gate here. A gate drop right up the center, taking the whole shot on the 51 Yamaha is Todd Rashad. Here we go with the 40 plus B riders. And it's going to be the 87 hanging onto that inside line. That is Gary Wilson with the whole shot for the 40 plus B. So 40 plus A and B riders out on the track here. It's the 51 Todd Rashad making his way to the finish line, turn out front in the 40A. 57 making the move into the second spot now, Mark Shea. 365, Heath Frazier to third. The number 11, that's the Yamaha ride, the rider Joe Casimir in fourth. And on the number 10, moving up to round out the top 5 on the KTM is Mike Doucette. There is the 87 KTM. That's Gary Wilson out front holding the lead in the 40B, the 21 of Agar. Going to give that second spot up. It's going to be the 175. Chevalier moving to second, 991. Kenny G Performance Tuning ride of Lopez to third. There's the 68 Factory Connection Honda of Steve Ross moving up into fourth now. Rounding out the top 5 for the B class here. So it's going to be the rider on the 94. That's Mike Commute. Jake Thompson, the Knowles Honda Powerhouse Thompson Racing rider in 6th. Fran McNamara 7th. Rich Snyder in 8th. Kevin Burke was 9th. And Dave Black rounding out the top 10 for the B class. There's the leader in the 440 plus A. 51 of Todd Richard over the top of the hill there. He's stretching out a pretty solid lead here as he's going to get the 2-lap board, it looks like. Second place rider coming out of that S-turn switchback section to 57. Mark Shea in second. 365. Heath Frazier starting to close up the gap a little bit on Shea. We'll see if he can get up there. Battle with him a little. And there is the number 11 Kaz Equipment Yamaha ride. Hanging on to the 4th spot, that is Joe Casimir. There's the 87, Gary Wilson continuing to hold on to the lead in the B class. There's the battle for second. Chevalier getting around into the second spot. And Lopez into third. Chevalier going to try and hang on to that spot. So there's the leader heading up to the top of the Dragon's Back section. This is 40 plus A and B out on the track. We're down to just one to go now. Looks like Frazier starting to lose a little ground to Mark Shea. Shea hanging on to that second spot on the 57 Honda. There's Gary Wilson, leader in the B class, coming over the top of the launch there. He's got a little bit of breathing room. Looks like Lopez able to make the pass onto into the second spot there on the 175. So Wilson into the finish line turn, going to get the 1-lap board as well. There's the Kenny G's Performance Tuning Kawasaki ride. Arnaldo Lopez now second, Chevalier third. On the 68, Factory Connection Honda ride, Steve Ross rocking that 125 CR. He's hanging on a fourth, and Mike Commute still rounds out the top five. That is going to bring out the checkered flag. Race win in the 40 plus A. On the 51, the Yamaha ride of Todd Rashad with the win. And it is indeed going to be the 57 Honda ride hanging on to the second spot. So Mark Shea hanging on a second. Looks like a little trouble there on the final lap, the 48. So Frazier dropping down, and it is going to be the 23, Greg Landry, the TSR rider, across the line in third, Zarsi fourth. And it's going to be the number 11, Casimir, rounding out the top five. Race win in the 40B, it is going to be the 87 of Gary Wilson. On the 991, Lopez will hang on to the second spot. There's the 175 of Chevalier third. And we'll get ready to go now with 65 open. On the 24, that is the Pilgrim Power Sports PAX Racing ride of Owen Covell with the whole shot. So Cavell all the way down the far side at the end, 65 open. And it looks to be the number 8 of Nerona into the second spot. There is leader up and over the top of the launch. So out front with the lead, there's the 24. That is Owen Covell, the PAX Racing Pilgrim Power Sports rider. 526. That is the C.D. Davenport trucking ride of Taylor Beckwith charging up into second on the number 8. Jack Nerona, the Nerona Credit Facilities rider, running in third. Super Concrete ride of Merrill Cox fourth on the 121, rounding out the top 5. That's Juan Matiola. Looks like Mason Melton, 928 in 6th. Nick Frazier, 7th on the 365. Up into 8th early on. It's the number 2 of Cody Beck with Romanoke in 9th, and the 22 of Ginger Osgood going to round out the top 10 here on the first lap in the 65 Open. And looks like Monteola, the 1-2-1, going to get around the 113, and Nettleton might have followed him around as well. There is Cavell on the 24, going to get the 2-lap board out front with the early lead and has been consistently pulling away here. Beckwith on the 5.26, hanging on to that second spot on the LaValle Trucking Factory Connection KTM. And there is Jack Nerona, the 16, Nerona back ride, charging hard in the 3rd spot. Juan Monteola now in 4th, and it's Nettleton, the 9.28, rounding out the top 5. So the 24 of Cavell just stretching the lead out now. Beckwith in the 2nd spot, Nerona 3rd. 65 Open out on the track. Youth A and B next off the gate. Youth C riders, you should be in the staging area. Riders in the 40 C and 50 plus down to pre-staging. Working on the final lap here. Owen Cavell, Taylor Beck with Jack Nerona, Juan Monteola, Mason Nettleton, top 5. Romanoke, Nick Frazier, Cody Beckwith, Keegan Keogh, and Merrill Cox, the top 10. for the 24 of Covell. So making his way through final time into the finish line, turn, checkered flag, and a race wing. The Pack's Racing Pilgrim Power Sports Factory Connection ride. That is Owen Covell with the win. On the 526, CD Davenport trucking ride. Beckwith going to hang on to second. So Taylor Beckwith second. Jack Nerona pushing hard there. He's going to come across the line in third. And it looks like the 928 of Nettleton going to round out the top five. No, actually, he's going to get fourth. And Romanoki will round out the top five, so a little trouble for Montiel on the final lap there. Here we go now with the Youth AB. Nice jump for the 41 on the inside. But it is going to be Jake Walker using that patented outside line. Going to grab the whole shot here in the Youth AB. So the Moto E, Emily Chiropractic, New Boston Crane 60, alias DVSX Pro, Yoshimura Ride. Grabbing the whole shot here for the Youth AB. So Walker, Cam Duvall 1 and 2. Looks like Sam Sailorman into the third spot. Not everybody to get that option jump there on lap one. So working into the finish line, turn section up 46, the K-Ray Graphics, Team Justice, Ronnie Granger, 2N Media Ride. Jake Walker with the early lead. He's going to try and stretch this one out. The ASAP Suzuki Ride. Cam Duvall sits in second. Good battle going on here, third, fourth, and fifth. Kyle Russo's got third on the 67. He is going to have all kinds of company. Brady Hill in fourth, Dalen Vanaza in fifth. Sam St. Laurent 6th, Brandon Gregori in the 7th spot. Running in 8th on lap 1. Looks like it's going to be the 43 of Cam Thurston, the Cycles 128 rider. Austin Capricorn at his 9th, and Chris Cato going to round out the top 10. Again, this lap, Duvall not hitting the full extension on that option tabletop. You see Russo not electing to do it. There's Brady Hill. He's going to hammer it. So it definitely does make a difference in time. Jake Walker trying to hang on to the front of the pack here on the Emily Chiropractic New Boston Crane 60 alias ride. Fall riding that back tire out of the turn, trying to hang in that second spot. Brady Hill is going to take third away from Russo. Looks like Vanaza going to hang on to that fifth spot. Gregorio move up one. Capricorn is now 7th. St. Laurent in 8th. Cato 9th. And Thurston on the 128 ride. He's going to round out the top 10 now. And here we go. The 41 of Cam Duvall going to start to take it to the 46 of Walker. Going to try and get a move on the inside. But again, that's a spot where he's not doing that full table extension. That's definitely hurting him a little bit. All right, so down to 2 to go. Default with a move to the outside. He is running as many outside lines as he can right now, trying to slingshot around Walker. Jake Walker, no stranger to dealing with pressure, so he's going to be tough to get around here. 2 to go. We'll see if Default can make something happen. And this time around, Walker goes wide to the outside. A little mistake, he goes off the track. So Walker gives up the top spot. He tried to get to the outside line in that S-turn section and just gave the spot up. But right back in the mix as he gets back around. So a little bar banging going on here. Duvall trying to get that inside line. Walker just holds it on. Different lines in the switchback section. We're coming to the one lap board, so one more time around for this battle for the lead. Both riders sticking to the inside there. We have got a battle going on behind them as well. On the 18, Brady Hill trying to hang on for second place. He's got Russo. Capricornitis. A whole pack of riders trying to chase him down. So Brady Hill, Dalen Vanaza, Brandon Gregori, Kyle Russo, Austin Capricornitis, Sam St. Laurent, Cameron Thurston, and Chris Cato battling 3rd through 10th there. Walker and Duvall still going after it for the lead. And it looks like Duvall with a little mistake coming out of that Riverside Drive section. And that might just cost him a shot at battling back after the leaders. We see Walker through that big sweeping inside right-hander. So Youth AB riders working through their final lap here. Youth C next off the gate. 40C and 50 plus. You should be in staging 65A and B in pre-staging. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win on the Moto E. Emily Chiropractic, New Boston Crane, 6D, Factory Connection, Alias. 2N Media ride as Walker takes the win. Cam Default across the line in second. Here we go with the Youth C. On the 465, that is going to be Devin O'Leary with the hole shot. A little bit of carnage at the first turn here. And O'Leary getting a challenge early on as he's got a rider come up the inside to make the pass here. So the 111 Kawasaki ride, Larry Fortin taking the top spot away, O'Leary into second. And that looks to be the 101, I believe, up into third. So leaders into the switchback section, and 111 taking the top spot away. So Larry Fortin, the Chaplin Motorsports. The Race Tech ride out front with the lead. There's the 465, O'Leary in second on the 101. That's Briar Russell in third. 35 of Aiden LaFlamme running in fourth. Rounding out the top five here on lap one, going to be the 517. That is Hunter Benoit. Like Aiden Millette in sixth, Jason White seventh, Victor Roma eighth, Kyle Quiros ninth, and Justin Gonzalez, the 333 HK Power Sports Mums Racing rider, going to round out the top 10. Back into that center rhythm section, there is the 111 Larry Fortin charging through Kawasaki rider, giving himself a pretty comfortable gap out of the front of the pack here. He's going to get the 2-lap board. So 2 to go here in the UC. little trouble for the 241. Fierro's going down after the finish. So the 241, now Fierro's going to give up that 7th place spot. To get himself up and away there. The damage is going to be done. So the 111 of Fortin heading off that big sweeping right-hand Talladega turn. There is O'Leary sitting in the 2nd spot, and Briar Russell, Aiden LaFlemme, Aiden Willett, all inside the top 5, and they are pushing forward. So 1 to go for Fortin. So O'Leary solidifying himself in that 2nd spot. Aiden LaFlemme and Aiden Willett, they continue to battle it out for 3rd. Right behind them, you got the 101 of Briar Russell. So Russell, I'm sure, would love to put himself in a spot where he could take advantage of those 2 riders banging into each other. Here's the 111 of Fortin one more time up the Dragon's back section. Been having some bad luck today with the bikes. I know a couple of times he had some good strong runs going, and it looks like finally he's going to get a little redemption here and get a chance to bring one across the line after running out at the front of the pack. And that is going to be the checkered flag. So the race win here in the Youth C is going to go to the 111 Chaplin Motorsports Race Tech Suspension Ride of Larry Fortin. 465 KTM, Devin O'Leary going to hang on to that 2nd spot. On the 35, Aiden LaFlemme. He's going to come to the inside and shut the door to hang on to 3rd. Aiden Willett battling with him all race long. And here's the 101 Scott Concrete ride. Briar Russell going to round out the top 5, and that'll do it for the Youth C. Like the outside line there. 602 Zarsi going to grab the whole shot. the 17. Looks like it's going to be Randy Pell with the whole shot for the 40C. So Pell with the lead in the 40C. Looks like Cloris on a 33 right into the second spot. Leaders in the 50 plus making their way through the inside. Battle going on now for the lead. And it looks like Zarsi with the lead in 50 plus. Factory Connection Top Gear MX rider out in front. He's got the number 10 of Doucette right with him though. So Kurt Zarsi, Mike Doucette 1 and 2 in the 50 plus. On the number 5, that is going to be Jim Nerona up into third. 64, Kevin Burke was fourth on the 381. McNamara rounds out the top 5. He has got the 311 of Andrews right there with him now. So Andrews 6, John Mumblow on the Mums Racing Kawasaki ride running 7th, Russ Preisick in 8th, DeWitt Davis the 131 in 9th. It's Craig Moe rounding out the top 10 for the 50 plus, leading in the 40C. It is the 17 of Randy Pell out ahead of the 740 of Rob Lockwood. Ted Norton in 3rd, Pete Caloris dropping down 1 to 4th. Kevin Webster rounding out the top 5 on the 22. Zarsi continues to hold down the lead. Winchester Motorsports ride set in 2nd. There is Jim Verona hanging on to that 3rd spot. Still Burke was 4th. McNamara going to move up to the top 5 now. That's going to put Andrews down to 6th. There's the 17, Randy Pell still leading in the 40C. Lockwood on the 740, still trying to track him down there. Lockwood not far off the battle. Norton on the 903, a little ways back, hanging on in 3rd. Is Webster, Caloris, and Mortimer 3rd, 4th, and 5th for the 40C. Just like that, that two-board turns into one. We've got one to go here as Zarcy continues to run out front on the Zarcy Custom Cabinets Top Gear MX Factory Connection ride. Winchester Motorsports KTM. Mike Doucette, solid run going in second. And there's Nerona on the number 5, continuing to hang on to that third spot. McNamara closing up the gap a little bit on him. He's gotten himself around into the 4th spot. He's going to drop Berquist down 1 to 5th. Lockwood making the pass on Pell to take the lead now in the 40C. So Mike Lockwood gets around Randy Pell. We'll see if Pell can answer back on the final lap here. So 40C and 50 plus out on the track here. 65A and B next off the gate. 65C riders, you should be in the staging area. And 250A and B riders down to pre-staging. And Lockwood stretching it out a little now as he comes to the end of that Winchester Expressway, the big Daytona turn. So Lockwood doing his best to get a little bit of gap between himself and the 17 of Pell, as you see Pell coming out of that S-turn section. One more time into the finish line turn. That's the checkered flag, the race win on the Top Gear MX Zarcy Custom Cabinets Factory Connection ride as Kurt Zarcy takes the win. Zarcy letting Jason Oakey get one more turn around there. On the number 10, that's Mike Doucette, the Winchester Motorsport rider, across the line in second for the 50 plus. It is going to be the NTF ride of Jim Nerona hanging on a third. On the 740, Mike Lockwood takes the win in the 40 plus C. 17 Suzuki ride, Randy Pell across the line in second. And there's a 903. Ted Norton gonna just edge out Mortimer. It looks like he just gets him by .062. Looking for the 22 of Webster to round out the top 5 for the 40C. There he is. We've got 65 A and B next off the gate here. So the 24 Pilgrim Power Sports Pax Racing ride. That's Owen Cobell with the whole shop for 65 A and B. So Cobell into the Winchester Expressway there. Solid run into the lead. I believe that is the 928. I think Nettleton into the second spot. Looks to be the number 8 of Nerona into third. is the Moto E Pax Racing Pilgrim Power Sports Factory Connection ride. Owen Covell out front with the early lead. Good battle going on for that second spot. The number 8 in Nerona is going to get to the inside and take it away. Nettleton had it, but Nerona just moved over on him and took it away. Owen Covell, Jack Nerona, Mason Nettleton, Tug Greenslet, and Keegan Keogh top 5. Cody Beckwith 6, Connor Blaze 7, Matt Will Jr. in 8th, Braden Webster 9th, and Eric Franklin Jr. going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1 for 65 AB. Solid gap on the field here on the Pilgrim Power Sports KTM ride. It is 2 to go for Owen Covell. On the number 8, Jack Nerona making his way into that second spot on the previous lap and keeping himself moving forward now as he closes up the gap a little bit. There's Nettleton on the 928, still running in 3rd, but Nettleton's going to deal with the 529. As it looks like Tug Greenslet, 523. Up in the mix now as well on the Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing ride. Keegan Keogh, the Dave Clark Excavation, Delury Sales and Service, Massa Mobile Repairs ride in the 5th spot. He's got right behind him. He's Cody Beckwith, though, on the number 2. I know Beckwith would like to charge up a little bit farther, see if he can pick up some more spots, and see if he can follow them as they battle down the right-hand side here. And you'll lead it back up to that inside through the switchback section. And we're down to 1 to go now as the 24 Covell comes into the finish line turn. Here's Nerona coming out of the switchback section. Nettleton not too far off the pace as well. Greenslet continues to close on the 928. So one more time around, we'll see if Nettleton can hang on to that 3rd spot as Tug Greenslet has been pushing forward steadily. So there's Nerona heading down the right-hand side. There's Nettleton, and there is the Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing ride of Tug Greenslet. Cavell hitting that option tabletop on his way back into the inside. Final time through the switchback section, and the checkered flag going to come out here. So the race win in the 65 AB goes to the Pilgrim Power Sports Pax Racing Factory Connection ride of Owen Cavell. The number 8, the KTM ride, running out of the Nerona training facility. That's Jack Nerona across the line second. And Mason Nettleton is going to hang on to that third spot. A little trouble for Greenslet on the final lap. Looks like Keegan Keogh is going to move around into the fourth spot. So the West Oil Red Barn Performance Ride moves to fourth. And it looks like it is going to be Cody Beckwith, the CD Davenport Trucking, LaValle Trucking Factory Connection rider, moving up to round out the top 5. And that'll be with the 65 AB, 65C next off the gate here. Here we go, 65C. And that looked to be the number 3, Roman Oki with the whole shot here for 65C. So Oki at the end of the Winchester Expressway going to make his way through the S-turn section and then into the Riverside Drive tabletop. And Oki bouncing through that inside line section there. See Frazier up in the mix as well. All right, leaders up and over the top of the launch. And it looks like Oki into the switchback section here. So there is the number 3. That's Roman Oki out in front with the lead here in the 65C on the 418. Habrick into the second spot. 365 of Frazier into third on the 113 Super Concrete ride. That's Merrill Cox fourth. Jaden Doyen rounding out the top 5. Looks like Spencer Bordur in 6th, Ginger Osgood 7th, Kalen Housey 8th, Van Oki the 74 9th. And rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1. Looks like it is going to be the rider on the 28th. That's Parker Harrington. And Frazier at the end of that long, rough up straightaway at the Winchester Expressway. He closes up the gap on Habrick. So down to 1 to go here. Oki with the lead. Habrick continues in 2nd. Frazier closing up the gap still. So Frazier is definitely in striking distance. We might see something on the final lap here. Merrill Cox 4th and Jaden Doyen rounding out the top 5. Spencer Bordur still trying to get up there in the mix inside the top 6. And Kalen Housey, Ginger Osgood 7th and 8th. Looks like Brody Landier going to move up a couple spots. So Van Oki 9th and Parker Harrington going to round out the top 10. Landier still outside the top 10 on the 33. You lead it through the inside and up the Dragon's back here on the final lap. That is going to be the checkered flag to race win here in the 65C. That is Roman Oki with the win. Second spot on the 418, that is Mason Habrick. And hanging on to the third spot on the 365 is going to be Nicholas Frazier. .327, Jaden Doyen making the pass on the final lap to take that 4th spot away. The Super Concrete Ride of Merrill Cox will round out the top 5. And we got 250 A and B riders next off the gate. So 250 A and B next off the gate. 250 C riders, you should be in staging. And riders in the 50cc Open, motor number 1 in the second half, down in pre-staging. All right, here we go. 250 A and B riders. 250A will have the first gate drop. That's going to be the No Limits Fox Racing FMF Suzuki ride of Ben Robinson with the whole shot for the A gate drop. And Walker going to the outside, the 46. Moto E, Emily Chiropractic, New Boston Crane, Yoshimura, 2N Media, K-Ray Graphics ride with the whole shot. We got a stack up in turn 2 here. Riders going down. That is the 88 of Hansen. He is disgusted with that. So Leaders Nier hitting the option tabletop across the inside. Looks like Robinson, Woodman, and Gonzalez, the running order there. And Walker trying to hang on to the lead in the B. So there's Ben Robinson making his way through out front with the lead in the 250A. Triple three of Johnny Gonzalez, the Mums Racing HK Power Sports rider, in second. It is Matt Woodman, the 508 running in third. And here is your leader in the 250B, the 46, Moto E Emily Chiropractic ride of Jake Walker. Kevin Hill, the Hills and Contractors rider, in second. Central Mass Power Sports JDK Pavement ride of Bilodeau in third. So Robinson, Gonzalez, Woodman running order in the 250A. Jake Walker, Kevin Hill, Kyle Bilodeau, Brady Hill, Dalen Vernaza top 5 in the 250B. Cameron Dufault in 6th. Andy Browski 7th. Kyle Russo 8th. Sam Sailor 9th. And Tyler McAdams rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1. So Robinson stretching out the lead a little bit here in the 250A. Gonzalez continues to battle with Woodman for the second spot there. Here comes Jake Walker into the finish line section as he runs at the front of the pack still. 250B. And Walker rocking the two-stroke here. 205 Hill still second, and there is the 305 of Bilodeau third. Brady Hill fourth, and looks charging through the field again. The 41 of Cam Dufault. Starting out just inside the top 10. He's already working on a top 5 spot. Looks like Goodman able to get the pass made on Gonzalez. That's going to give him the lead in the B class. Sorry, give him second in the A class. Looking at one thing, talking about another will never work out for you. It is Jake Walker with the lead in the B class. There's the 205, and Kevin Hill still hanging on in second. Good battles going on, lower half of the top 10 here. Dylan Bernaz and Kyle Russo, Sam St. Laurent, Andy Browski, Tim McGraw, Tyler McAdams, Cam Thurston. All these riders battling just outside the top 5, and they're all in some pretty good positions right now. There's the 833 of McGraw. So McGraw going to move that 833 ride into 9th. Browski now rounding out the top 10. McAdams 11th. Zarcy moves into 11th. McAdams now 12th. Cam Thurston 13th. So we've got some good battles going all through the field here. There's Robinson up the Dragon's back. Now the 508 of Woodman going to drop that front number plate. Apparently was slowing him down a little too much. So Ben Robinson, Matt Woodman, and Johnny Gonzalez still the running order in the 250A. Cam Duvall going to pick up another spot as he gets around Brady Hill. So now it's Jake Walker, Kevin Hill, Kyle Bilodeau, Cam Duvall, and Brady Hill, the top 5 in the 250B. So moving off the laps here, 250A and B, 250C riders next off the gate. Riders in the 50cc open, you should be in the staging area. Two-stroke open riders down to pre-staging. There is Ben Robinson is going to bring out the 2-lap board. So Walker on the 46 making his way into turn 2. The 2 board is out here. A little bit of a challenge early on, but able to make. Bilodeau still sits third on the Central Mass Power Sports JDK pavement ride. And it's Cam Duvall fourth, Brady Hill rounding out the top 5 as we've got the 2 board out here. So again, Robinson, he's pretty much putting this one on cruise control at this point. He's got a very solid gap on the field. What he's got to do is just keep himself where he is, which is right out front. tell you, Kyle Bilodeau better watch it on the final lap here. Cam Default has picked his way through the field and put himself in a good spot to try to pick up another spot off of that rider as they head down the right-hand side. So there is Robinson one more time up and over the top of the launch. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win on the FMF Fox Racing No Limits Suzuki ride. That is Ben Robinson with the win. We're looking for Matt Woodman second, Johnny Gonzalez, the HK Power Sports Mums Racing rider, third. Race win in the 250B, the Moto E Emily Chiropractic, New Boston Crane, a 60 alias DVSX Pro Yoshimura ride. That is the K-Ray Graphics Team Justice Yamaha of Jake Walker with the win. Kevin Hill hanging on to the second spot in the 250B. Kyle Bilodeau third. Cam Default gets around and takes that fourth spot away from Brady Hill. So Default striking on the final lap there. That'll do it for 250AB. We've got 250C next off the gate. And 8:33, Tim McGraw and Brandon Gregori going at it from 9th and 10th, right down to the finish line turn. Here we go, 250C. And O'Leary's going to use that outside line to slingshot around and take the hole shot. So Devin O'Leary with the hole shot here in 250C. So O'Leary out front with the early lead. Looks like deja vu from earlier in the day, though, because the 48 of Fenoff into second and already getting pressure on O'Leary. Fenoff pulls the trigger on that big option jump and makes the pass into the lead. So the 48 Yamaha ride taking the top spot away. Alex Fenoff, Devin O'Leary 1 and 2 into the switchback section here on lap 1. So Alex Fenoff, the 48 Yamaha, out with the lead, the 465 KTM, Devin O'Leary in the second spot. Miles Tumala on the number 11 trying to hang on to third, but going around the outside. Ryan Olson going to take it away. So Olson moves into third. Tumala moves to fourth. And it's going to be Tom Kirkulonis, the Poplar Hill Machines Husqvarna rider, rounding out the top 5. Nick Michelli in 6th, John Shea 7th, Colby DeWolf in 8th. There's Dalton Gamache 9th, and Justin Armstrong on the 55 rounds out the top 10 here on lap 1. So once again, you lead a drop into the inside, the switchback section on the 48 Yamaha. Out front, Alex Fenoff. Kevin O'Leary in the 2nd spot, and Olson running in 3rd. We'll be down to just 2 to go here, so 2 to go in the 250C. 50cc Open next off the gate. Riders in the 2-stroke Open. You should be in the staging area. 30 plus A and B riders down to pre-staging. We have been live streaming the race day here, so hopefully everyone enjoying the live stream online. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, we'll have the link up for the archive. You'll be able to watch that. So there's leader coming out of that back left corner on the 41. There's O'Leary and there is Olson. So top 3 riders working with 2 to go here. As you can see, Fenoff, you saw him on the setup of that takeoff there. He is the only rider that's doing that extension tabletop. So that is definitely picking him up about a second a lap. And now Olson starting to put pressure on O'Leary, battling for second as they come back to the inside. And O'Leary jumping to the inside, trying to hold off Olson. Dufault gets the 1 lap board. So just 1 to go, and Olson starting to put some heavy pressure on the 465 of Devin O'Leary. Into the start turn section they go. So Cam Dufault down the Riverside Drive section, leading it out here in the 250C. Battle continues for second on the final lap. Olson tries to make a run up the inside line, shows a wheel to him, but can't make the pass happen. And he's going to get him on the inside, going to the option tabletop. See if O'Leary can answer back here. He does have the inside, so 465 back into second. And into the Dragon's back, and Olson making the pass again. So Olsen able to make it stick that time around. Checkered flag comes out. That'll be the race win for the 48 of Alex Fenoff. Oh, we got two guys banging bars coming into the finish here. And O'Leary back into the second spot. Olsen going to try to get to, and no, O'Leary takes it. So a little bar banging out of the switchback. And O'Leary takes that second spot. There's Tuamala on the number 11, going to hang on to fourth. And there's the 45, the Poplar Hill Machine Yamaha ride of Tom Kirkalonis will round out the top five. We've got 50cc Open motor number one here in the second half, lined up on the gate. So we got a hand up down on the line down there. One of those riders having a little trouble getting things situated. So hold underway there down on the start gate. If you're not familiar with motocross racing, you see a rider put a hand up down there on the gate. That means they are not ready to go for whatever reason. It looks like everything has been resolved as we have got the board up. And we're ready to go racing here in the 50cc Open. And it looks like the 365 of Frazier able to come away with the whole shot in that one. Wiley Makepeace on the number 12 with a nice jump up the center, but could not get that bike turned. And looks like the number 2, the CD Davenport Trucking, La Valley Trucking Factory Connection ride of Cody Beckwith going to take the lead as they come down the Riverside Drive section. So it looks like Beckwith and Frazier 1 and 2. And now the 29 Lashway up in the mix as well. So here is leader down to the finish line turn section on the number 2, the CD Davenport Trucking ride of Cody Beckwith with the early lead. Nick Frazier on a 365 in second. It is the Lashway Lumberback ride of LJ Lashway third. 901 Team Lake Hill alias Buckley 100% Dunlop ride of Austin Ober 4th. Rounding out the top 5, the 28 of Parker Harrington. On the number 12, Wiley Makepeace in 6th. The Kaz Equipment Lee at Dunlop ride of Madison Casimir 7th. On the 45, Mike Lockwood 8th. The 22, running in 9th, that is Jackson Vargas. And rounding out the top 10 here on lap 1, going to be the rider on the 511 Cobra, that's Jeff Jacobs. So Beckwith into the option tabletop. Frazier and Lashway second and third. So Beckwith making his way back to the inside. Gap remains about the same out front. So 1 to go here for Cody Beckwith. With Nick Frazier, Austin Ober, Parker Harrington, and LJ Lashway working through the top 5 here. So Beckwith making his way to the option tabletop jump. Working on the final lap here. There is Frazier. And there is Austin Ober. So Ober closing up the gap now on Nicholas Frazier. And that is definitely pushing the pace up towards the leader. So Beckwith, Frazier, Ober heading up the Dragon's back section. Your leader going to come up over the top of the launch. So Beckwith one more time through the switchback section. And he is going to make his way to the finish line turn. That'll be the race win here in the 50 Open for the CD Davenport Trucking, La Valley Trucking Factory Connection ride of Cody Beckwith. Nicholas Frazier, the 365. KTM going to hang on to that second spot on the 100% Team Lake Hill Elias Buckley Photos Atlas Dunlop ride. Austin Ober will take third. '28 of Parker Harrington coming across the finish line in the 4th spot. And rounding out the top 5, there's the 29. That is the Lashway Lumberback ride of LJ Lashway. Two-stroke open riders next off the gate. 30 plus A and B, you should be in staging. 30 plus C riders down in pre-staging. Just letting the 50cc open riders work through their final lap here. Two-stroke open riders next off the gate. Riders in the 30 AB, you should be in staging. 30 C riders in pre-staging. .46, Jake Walker holds the outside line. Grigori on the inside. Looked like Walker just edged him to the turn, but they're going to be side by side, heading down the right-hand side of the track. So leader out of the switchback into the finish line turn section. There's Jake Walker out in front. On the 9:13, Brandon Grigori does hang on to the second spot. Brad Caparello trying to get into Johnny in the sixth spot. Tyler Sumas seventh. Sam San Loren in eighth. Cam Thursday. That'll be Chris Tebow. So Brandon Grigori showing a wheel to the leader as they come out of that switchback section. Brandon Grigori continues to try to chase down the leader here. Walker not getting a whole lot of breathing room as they come down the Riverside Drive section. And now the 205, you see Kevin Hill coming over the Riverside Drive tabletop. And the 170 of Steve Brady starting to close up the gap on him. So 2 to go here, and Brady starting to battle it out with Kevin Hill. Kyle Gattani hanging on a fifth still. And here we go, Brad Caparello, Tyler Suma, Sam St. Laurent, Cam Thurston, and the 121 of Chris Tebow all run pretty much right in the same turn just about. That is 5th through 10th. So Jake Walker puts the new Boston Crane Moto E Emily Chiropractic Yamaha ride up to the top of the Dragon's back. Factor Connection alias back rider holding down the top spot. Grigori's been trying to get him back here. Walker able to strike early. And we're down to just 1 to go now. So final time around for Jake Walker all day long. And Steve Brady, Kevin Hill continuing to battle 3rd and 4th. And Hill's going to get the spot away from him now. And there is the Central Mass Power Sports ride of Kyle Gattani continuing to round out the top 5. Tyler Sumas moves to 6. Sam St. Laurent 7 on the Manchester Sports Center ride. Brad Caparello 8th. Cycles 128 Norcom Mortgage ride of Cam Thurston 9th. And it is the 121. Chris Tebow continuing to round out the top 10. And that is going to bring out the checkered flag. The race win here on the 46. That is the New Boston Crane, Emily Chiropractic, 60 Yoshimura. Alias, Factory Connection, K-Ray Graphics, Team Justice Ride. Jake Walker taking the win. Brandon Gregori on the 913. Hanging on to that second spot. And looks like the 170, Brady Hill. Hanging tough, going to get that third position. Kevin Hill on the 205 Hilson Contractors Ride, going to have to settle for fourth. And it looks like it's going to be Gattani rounding out the top five, and that is going to do it for the two-stroke open. Going to be the 51. Todd Rashad with a whole shot there for the 30 plus A gate drop. And holding that inside line, that is going to be the number 7, Carrie Baker with the whole shot for the B class. Well, we got riders tumbling in turn 2. Trying to dig out from underneath that bike. Oh my goodness, that's the 87. CJ Rousseau took the win in Moto 1. He is now got his work cut out for him here in Moto 2. Looks like the 58, Jeff Habb making his way to the front of the pack now in the 30B. Looks to be Carrie Baker in second. And looks like Todd Rashad and the 34, Jimmy Edmonds, 1 and 2 in the 30A. Mike Doucette moving into the third spot now, so that's going to put Kinsley in fourth. He's the leader into 30B. That is the 58 Honda Ride. That is Jeff Habb coming into the finish line turn out front. On the 320, Brendan Johnson moves to second. Carrie Baker in third. 241 of Brodeur fourth. And on the 121, Diego Mattiola going to round out the top 5. It's like Agar in 6th, Lopez 7th, Flaherty 8th, Comu 9th, and Eric Chevalier rounding out the top 10. And the 87 of Wilson buried back in the pack. So 30 plus A and B riders working through their laps on the track here. And now Kinsley gets a So Jeff had Brendan Johnson battling for the lead. There, actually, that's not the way anytime soon. Jumping in from the outside, it's going to be the 43 of Franklin grabbing the whole shot. So Eric Franklin, whole shot there in the 30C. Looks like Jason Smith on the 26 up in the mix. And Smith with the move up the inside line. Looks like he may have taken the lead away. So Jason Smith, Eric Franklin, and Greg Smith, top three as they head to the option jump here. And Franklin making a play on the inside to get the lead back. He's going to do a little bit of bar banging and get the spot. So Franklin, just like that, sticks himself to the inside line, takes that spot away. And now it is going to be Jason Smith and Greg Smith battling second and third. So deja vu from moto number one. Greg Smith got to try to make that pass early. This is the 806 Steve Miss running fourth, but the 522 of Lozano going to try and take that away, and he's going to have the inside line and do it. So Lozano fourth, Steve Miss now fifth, Jeff Mortimer in the sixth spot. Looks like Jim Brainerd in seventh, Randy Pell eighth, Brian Jones ninth, and Steve Lawton going to round out the top 10. Franklin pushing that front end there. Almost thought he was going to tip it over, but able to get on the throttle and keep that thing moving forward. So good battle going on at the front of the pack. Franklin, Jason Smith, and Greg Smith. Once again, hope you folks are making your way down to Vendors Row. Stop down, say hi to Mike down at Factory Connection. Those folks at Factory Connection have been working on suspension and nothing but longer than most folks have been in business. Whatever questions you might have, they want you to come on over. Feel free to ask them. Introduce yourself, say hi, and let them help you out with whatever your questions are or any of your suspension needs. They are a New England-based company, and they've been doing it a long, long time, supporting events here in New England, so we definitely love to have them here. So make sure you stop by, say hi to Mike, and say thanks to Factory Connection for coming out here to do the vendor support for Winchester Speedpark once again here in 2016. And, of course, Ben from Aggressive Graphics in the house as well. Aggressive Graphics been right alongside here supporting our events at Winchester Speedpark all year long. Full custom preprints, whatever you need, graphics. If you need a full kit, they can do it. If you need temporary numbers to go somewhere, they can do that as well. And they print that stuff right here on site. So Aggressive Graphics in the house. And now Greg Smith able to get himself clear of Jason Smith, and he has closed the gap significantly on the leader. So into the Riverside Drive tabletop section, there's Franklin, and there is Greg Smith. So now we're down to 1 to go, and the 43 continues to hold the top spot. Last time around, gap was 1.5 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and say it's about exactly the same, maybe a tenth of a second difference here or there. And yeah, 1.6. So about a half a second difference, and Franklin's stretching it out a little bit. There is Jason Smith in third, the 5.22 Lozano fourth. And the 8.16 Jeff Mortimer continues to round out the top five here. Final lap in the 30-plus C. So 30-plus C riders out on the track here. Final lap around 85 A and B next off the gate. Riders in the 85 C, you should be in staging. Open A and B riders down to pre-staging. So leaders back to the inside. And that'll be the checkered flag. The race win here in the 30C goes to the 43 Yamaha of Eric Franklin. Second spot on the 117 Kawasaki, the alias-backed ride of Greg Smith. And Lozano getting them pass made with a couple turns to go. So the 5.22 going to steal that third spot away. Jason Smith fourth. And we are looking at the 8.16 Jeff Mortimer to round out the top five. Steve Lawton there on the 150, getting it across the line however you got to do it. Here we go, 85 A and B. And that is the 185. Grantley Carter with the whole shot. Allen going to lean on him in turn two and make the pass. So Justin Allen wasting no time getting out front. So Justin Allen looks like he has got the top spot coming down the Riverside Drive section 144. Capricornitis into second. Grantley Carter in third on the 185. Is Larry Fortin on the 111 in fourth. Into the switchback section, Allen uses the inside line. Capricornitis comes out of the outside. So Justin Allen, the Lashley Lumber ride, holds the lead. The 144 Hop Racing ride, Austin Capricornitis in second. On the 111 Chapel Motorsports ride, it's Larry Fortin third, Grantley Carter fourth. And the Springfield Motorsports ride, Aiden Klingon rounds out the top five. Hanisch in sixth on the MC Racing Honda. And looks like running seventh here on lap one, the 24 of Owen Covell. Brian Russell eighth, Nathan Quimman ninth. And it's going to be the 196 of Ryan Langen rounding out the top 10. Capricornitis trying to run down the leader at the far end of the track. And there's the 144 coming to the inside on the Riverside Drive turn. And he will take the lead away. So Austin Capricornitis moves out to the front of the pack. There's the 26 of Allen right there with him in second. The 111 Larry Fortin still in third as they come back to the inside. Austin Capricornitis, Justin Allen, Larry Fortin, top three here. Working their way down the right-hand side. Back to that inside rhythm section. Justin Allen continues to try to ride the back tire of Austin Capricornitis. And really starting to push the issue a little bit here. He is definitely riding the edge. So down to 2 to go here in the 85 AB. And top 2 riders really pushing the pace. Look at the gap back to the 111 of Fortin. It's like 7 seconds between second place and third place. Now it's out to 9.8. Brantley Carter still fourth. And Klingen, a little mistake before the finish. He's going to hand over that 5th place spot to the 24 of Owen Covell. So Aiden Klingen, a little mistake on the Springfield Motorsports Yamaha, and that cost him the spot. So Justin Allen being patient here, staying right with the leader on the 144. He has definitely been pushing it to maintain that pace. 151 for Capricornitis, 152 for Justin Allen that time around. Both riders just put in their fastest lap of the race. And Justin Allen showing a wheel to Austin Capricornitis on the right-hand side. We are on the final lap, and it looks like Allen has been patient, trying to wait till the end of the moto, find a spot where he can make a pass. And he is all out throwing everything he's got now at Austin Capricornitis. Capricornitis, nice smooth run down to the end of the Riverside Drive. Is very quick through this inside rhythm section. And Capricornitis picking up the pace, it looks like, a little bit, as he's going to stretch that out just a tiny bit. So final lap here in the 85 AB, 85C next off the gate. Open A and B riders, you should be in staging. And open C in pre-staging. And good run all the way through. Race win in the 85 AB, the Hop Racing, Fox Racing KTM ride of Austin Capricornitis. And on the Lashway Lumber Pilgrim Power Sports ride, that is the Factory Connection Fox Racing ride of Justin Allen across the line second. And Allen running a heck of a race there. 111 of Fortin going to bring it across the line in third. With the whole shot here for 85C. And riders down the end of the. So back to the inside rhythm section, 526. So Beckwith holds the top spot. So there's the 526. That is Taylor Beckwith with the lead. A 523 Chef's. And looks like Tristany on the counting ambulance, 100% decon and construction Aussie steaks and eggs rides. Going to round out the top 5. It is Cooper Allen 6, Jack Nerona 7, Colin Pouch in 8th. Running in 9th here on lap 1. It's the 800. Sorry, the number 3 of Jake Pease. And Harry Brooks, the 526, going to round out the top 10. So back to the inside, it looks like Beckwith and Greenslit still in the top 2. So Taylor Beckwith and Tug Greenslit, there it is, 1 and 2. The 2-lap board is out. Mazzone moves to 3rd. Black will drop back 1 to 4th. Tristany still rounds out the top 5. Cooper Allen in 6th. Jack Nona 7th. Colin Pouch in 8th on the 800. In 9th, it's Josh Siegel, and moving into the top 10 now. On the 823 is going to be Blake Milton, the Chapel Motorsports rider. Out here in the 85C. And now down to 1. So Taylor Beckwith, Tug Greenslit 1 and 2. There's Mazzone in 3rd. Tristany now going to move up a spot to 4th. That's going to drop Cameron Black down to 5th. So a battle for the lead going to continue here on the final lap as the 526 of Taylor Beckwith continues to try to hold off Tug Greenslit. Greenslit's been in striking distance all race long. Has not been able to make something happen. So there's Beckwith heading off to the big sweeping Talladega turn across that inside. And one more time up the Dragon's back here for Beckwith. And leaders into the switchback, Citroen. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out the race win here in the 85C. Goes to the 526 CD Davenport Trucking, LaValle Trucking Factory Connection ride of Taylor Beckwith. Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing ride of Tug Greenstead across the line second. Mazzone Plumbing and Heating ride, Josh Mazzone third. The 100% Decon and Construction Aussie Steak and Eggs North Services Dunlop ride of Logan Tristany fourth. And Cameron Black going to hang on to round out the top five. And he had company there at the finish. Here we go, open A and B. And Zarnata coming to the inside to take that away. So Steve Zarnata comes to the inside, a little bump there, and he's going to take the whole shot away from Ben Robinson. Looks like the 320 there. Brendan Johnson, a little bump and at the start turn there, and he is going to be done in this one. So it looks like Steve Zanata, Ben Robinson, and I believe that is the number 12 of Taylor Barnett up into third early on here. So there's your top three riders into the finish line turn section. It is the DC3 suspension ride of Steve Zarnata with the lead. The Fox Racing FMF Factory Connection No Limit Suzuki of Ben Robinson second. The 205 Hilson Contractors Yamaha ride. Kevin Hill takes that third spot away. On the number 12 Fox Racing Mums Racing Suzuki ride, Taylor Barnett in fourth. And rounding out the top five, it looks like here on lap one for the Open AB, it is going to be the 305 of Kyle Bilodeau. Cameron Dufault in sixth, Chris Cato, the MC Racing rider, in seventh. There's Giovanni 8th, Tyler Simmons 9th, and Justin Farnham, the 919 rider, rounds out the top 10. So working through the race order here. Open AB out on the track. Gotta send a shout out, a happy birthday to a rider who celebrating a birthday with us here this weekend, Brandon Galasher. Hope you having a good weekend here this weekend, and happy birthday, Brandon. So there is Zarnata, there's Robinson, 1 and 2 in the Open AB. They are walking away from the rest of the field here. And now Barnett starting to give a little pressure to Kevin Hill. As they come into the finish line turn, Barnett's going to have the outside. Taylor Barnett working inside, outside lines, trying to fake something happen on Kevin Hill. Right now, the 205 is going to hold the spot. You can see the Mums Racing rider Barnett using every inch of track he can to try to find a way around. Got a line on the outside, grabbing a gear, and he's going to make the pass. See if he can make it stick, or Hill can come back across the inside here. No, Barnett with enough drive out of the turn to make it stick. And Zarnata clipping a tire on the side of the track there. Looked like it almost took him down. So with 2 to go here in the Open A and B, Steve Zarnata, Ben Robinson, Kevin Hill. That was the top 3, but Taylor Barnett taking that 3rd spot away. So Hill now 4th, and Cam Default on the 41 rounding out the top 5. So what to do with 2 to go here. You can see your leader coming up into the switchback section. That is going to be Zarnata coming to the finish line section to get the 1 lap board. So going to have one more time around here. You see Barnett coming through in 3rd. Hill 4th, Dufall rounding out the top 5, and Cam Dufall looks like one more lap might get him another spot here, so I think Kevin Hill is going to have to watch it on this final lap. As Cam Dufall is one of those riders who has a tendency to, shall we say, pick up the pace at the finish. So Zarnata up the Dragons back here on the final lap. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out. So the race suspension. Suzuki. Ben Robinson across the line to hang on a second. And it's going to be the Mums Racing Suzuki ride, the number 12, Taylor Barnett across the line, third. Hill drops down to fifth. Go open C. I believe that was the 37 of Dakota Pell, the whole shot. So leaders coming back into that inside rhythm section. And it looks to be the 48 Fenoff out in front here. So Fenoff with the lead. There's Devin O'Leary in second on the 800. Running in third is Aiden Willett. 884, that is Jason White in fourth. Nick DeRoma rounds out the top five. Jordan McGorry on the 93 in sixth. Looks like it is going to be Sean Demers on the 69 Honda in 7th. Caleb Connors 8th on the 822. And running 9th on lap 1, it is Tommy LaGrappa, the GeoSearch Kawasaki. And Josh Little rounds out the top 10. And it looks like you're either getting ready to come over the top of the Loctite launch. There's the 48 Yamaha ride. O'Leary and Aiden Willett continue to battle for that second spot. And We've got 2 to go here in the open C. O'Leary trying to hold that inside line to hold the spot. Aiden Willett starting to get a little impatient there. DeRoma gets around to 4th. So Jason White now rounding out the top 5. And it looks like O'Leary going to give that second spot up to Aiden Willett. There's Fenoff making his way into the picture up to the top of the Dragon's Back. Down to just 1 to go now. So this is open C out on the track. Oh, problems for the 465 of O'Leary going down right before the finish there. Is going to end that battle he had going on for second, and now here comes DeRoma. DeRoma will take the 3rd spot. Jason White will move to 4th. And looks like problems for O'Leary, not able to fire that bike over. 6:58. Sorry, McGorry going to get around to take the 5th spot away. And O'Leary finally back underway, but he's going to be outside the top 10, it looks like. So tough break for the 465. Going down, a very costly mistake time-wise. There is your leader, going to make his way to the finish line turn. So the race win goes to the 48 Yamaha ride of Alex Fenoff. On the 800, Aiden Willett going to bring it across the line to hang on to that 2nd spot. Look for the 603, Nick DeRoma to make his way through in 3rd. So there's DeRoma to hang on to 3rd. 884 Honda Jason White 4th. Looks like O'Leary going to hang on to round out the top 5. Oh no, Magoria is going to take that spot. So Magoria going to hang on to it. So the 93 rounds out the top 5. Getting ready to drop the gate now for the women's class. And the 23, Caputo getting to the turn first, but it's going to be the 681 of Fleming making the pass coming out of that turn. And she is going to lead him down the right-hand side. So Shannon Fleming just misses on the hole shot, but she takes the top spot away. And ride it down coming out of turn 2 there. So there is Fleming down the Riverside Drive tabletop section, the Auto Specialties rider. So Fleming up the top of the Dragon's back as she leads here early on in the women's class. Looks like the 23 of Caputo in the second spot. So Shannon Fleming on the Auto Specialties, Johnson Heating and Cooling Fly, Bellray, Bionic CrossFit, Lynx Racing Ride with the lead. There's the 23rd. On the 163 Yamaha, Cheyenne Andrews in fourth. The 418 of Sierra Bernard rounds out the top 5 on the Factory Connection. Suzuki, Jenny Patty 6th. Gabrielle Connors in 7th. Looks like Amberly Goyette 8th, Taylor Costa 9th, and Cassie Liss on the 523 rounding out the top 10. So there you see Fleming airing out that big option tabletop. You're going to be the only rider you're going to see in the women's class hitting that big jump. So this is race number 9 in the order of the women's class out on the track. Fleming starting to push away at the front of the pack. Now we got a battle tightening up between Alyssa Caputo and Kendall Chase. That'll be the fight for second place there as they're all the way in the center section. Your leader coming to the finish line turn. So down to 2 to go here in the women's class. So here's Sierra Bernard on the 418 trying to take it away. And Bernard will take 4th. That's going to put Andrews down to 5th. Gabrielle Connors moves to 6th on the 523. Cassie Liss to 7th. It is now Jenny Patty 8th, Taylor Costa 9th, and Amberly Goyette rounding out the top 10. So you lead it coming out of the switchback section. And 1 to go now for the Lynx Racing Works Connection Pivot Works Vertex UFO ride. Kendall Chase able to get that second spot away and trying to give herself a little bit of breathing room here. Caputo maintaining third. Looks like Sierra Bernard now getting around Cheyenne Andrews. Looks like she might have pulled along Gabrielle Connors with her. So Bernard will move into the fourth spot. Connors fifth. And Cheyenne Andrews now in the sixth position. Cassie Liss in sixth. There's Jenny Patty on the 18, moving up a spot into seventh. And Yulita making her way back through the inside into the switchback section, final time through. And that is going to be the checkered flag to race win here in the women's class for the Auto Specialties, Johnson Heating and Cooling, Fly Racing, Bellray, Bionic, CrossFit, Lynx Racing Works Connection ride. That is the Pivot Works Vertex UFO Yamaha of Shannon Fleming with the win. On the number 60, that is the Kenny G's Performance Tuning ride of Kendall Chase coming across the line in second. There is Liz Caputo on the 23 KTM ride in third. Looks like Sierra Bernard coming through the switchback section, going to try to hang on to that fourth place spot. Gabrielle Connors in close proximity, but Bernard looks like she's going to hang on to it. And we got the 50cc 7-9 next off the start gate. On the 365, got that Superman cape on. It looks like he is earning it because Nick Frazier has been money off the gate all day long. Whole shot, whole shot. So Frazier grabbing another one here for the whole shot in the 7-9 class. So Frazier grabbing the whole shot and the top spot early on here for the 57-9. So Frazier with the lead. Looks like 74 of Oki into the second spot as they come to the switchback section. So Nick Frazier, Van Oki 1 and 2. There's the 901. Team Lake Hill, alias Buckley, Atlas 100% Dunlop ride of Austin Ober in third. 28, Parker Harrington in fourth. And there's the 29, Lashway Lumberback ride. LJ Lashway rounding out the top five. 225, Owen Webster in sixth. On the 22, that's Jackson Vargas in the seventh spot. Connor Dione eighth. The 35, that's Ben Nerona ninth. And rounding out the top 10, going to be the 45 of Mike Lockwood. So leader up and over the top of the launch here. And it looks like Oprah making the pass around into second. Oki trying to come back at him here. He's going to go to the outside. Good drive into the turn, and Van Oki back into the second spot. So Austin Ober able to make the pass, but Oki gets it back. And we're down to one to go. There's Harrington, the 28, running fourth. And it looks like Lashway still rounding out the top five here. So Nick Frazier holding down the top spot. Van Oki had given up some ground to Austin Ober, but able to get himself a little bit more of a gap again. So Ober still sits in third, but he is not challenging that second spot right now. So leaders heading up that Dragon's Back section. Final time through. Van Oki making a push after the leader. Frazier comes out on the inside. Oki going after it on the outside. Here we go, right down to the finish line turn. Oakey's going to try and get to the inside, but no, the 365. Nicholas Frazier takes the moto win. Solid run on the 74 Van Oakey across the line. Second, the Team Lake Hill alias Buckley Photos Atlas 100% Dunlop ride of Ober across the line. Third. Here's the 28 of Parker Harrington. He's going to hang on to the fourth spot. And on the 29, LJ Lashway, the Lashway Lumber Rider, brings it across the line to round out the top five. So just letting the rest of the 50cc 7A riders finish out their laps here. 50cc 4 to 6 next off the gate. 450 A and B riders, you should be in staging. 450C in pre-staging. Here we go. 30 board goes up. And it is going to be the number 12, Wiley Makepeace, grabbing the whole shot. Yeah, it looks like Makepeace, Bailey, and the 13 of Nyman, top three coming out of turn two. So leaders coming down the left-hand side. Riverside Drive tabletop section here. And it does look like Wiley Makepeace, Aiden Bailey, and the 13, Christiane Nyman, top three coming through that section. Right, leaders making their way into the switchback section. And it is Makepeace and Bailey 1 and 2, and they are already moving well away from the rest of the field here. So 2 to go. Wiley Makepeace, Aiden Bailey 1 and 2. There's Christian Nyman on 13 running in third. On the 217, Kyle LeBeau coming through the finish line turn section in the fourth spot. On the 514, Sebastian Sari rounding out the top five. 222 of Caden Vargas right there in sixth. And on the 02, Olivia Sass running in the seventh spot. On the number 10, Connor Dion coming through. Sorry, Gunnar Burt coming through on the number 10 in eighth. Joe Jacobs, the 51, running ninth. And it looks like Burt having some problems after the finish there, so Jacobs is going to make that pass. Burt able to get back on that bike there, just had a little trouble with the throttle. So there's leader coming back to the inside rhythm section. And Bailey heading up the Dragon's back, still chasing down the number 12. So there's Wiley Makepeace coming out of that S-turn section with the lead, the number 99 of Bailey right behind him coming in second. And we're down to just one to go here in the 50cc 4 to 6. .450 A and B riders are going to be next off the gate. 450C, you should be in staging. Super Mini riders in pre-staging. There's the number 13, Christian Nyman, hanging on to the third spot. On the 217, LeBeau still running fourth. There's the 222, so Caden Vargas going to take that fifth spot away from Sebastian Sari. Moving up into the eighth spot now on the 884, Sean White making his way through. Olivia Sass in seventh. There is your leader up and over the top of the launch. And final time out of that switchback section. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out. The race win here in the 50cc 4-6 goes to the number 12 of Wiley Makepeace. On the 99 turn, second spot goes to the 99. That is Aiden Bailey. And here's your third place rider for the 4-6 class on the 13 KTM. That is Christian Nyman. The 217, Kyle LeBeau going to hang on a fourth. Looking for the 222 of Caden Vargas to hang on and round out the top five here. And there is Vargas into the finish line turn, so he's going to wrap up the top five. So finishing out the 50cc 4-6 here. 450 A and B rider is going to fire down the start straight next. 450C should be in staging. And riders in the Super Mini class down in pre-staging. And folks, if you're all done with racing with us today, as you pack up to head home, please make sure you take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris located out there. Plenty of receptacles to throw it away at here at the park. And we certainly appreciate all the help folks give us with that. Here we go, 450 AB, 450A gate drop will be first. And what a surprise, said no one ever. Ben Robinson grabs the whole shot. Here we go with the B gate drop. And that looked like Caparello sweeping the outside. So Brad Caparello, 349, goes all the way to the outside, able to hang on to it for the whole shot. Robinson Zarnata battling for the lead in the 450A. It's going to be Zarnata on that inside line. He's going to take the spot. There's Barnett on the number 12. The Mums Racing Suzuki rider sits third. So a trio of Suzukis at the front of the pack here. Let's do Mike Webb's heart good. Zarnata a little quicker out of that inside line, so he's going to take the advantage in the 450A. And lead pack of riders in the B class come into that switchback section. And it's going to be the 18, Brady Hill, the Doran Next Vermont Lynx Racing, Corral Fuels, Lamoille Valley Ford ride with the lead. Caparello in second. Looks like Tim McGraw into third on the 833. Bilodeau fourth. Cam Dufault rounds out the top five. Then you got Steve Brady, Chris Tebow sixth and seventh. Dalen Benaza eighth. Looks like the 58 of Jeff Hab in ninth. Looks like rounding out the top 10 for the B class, going to be Nick Hansen on the 88. So Zanata on the 36, going to lead this one out. It's Robinson in second and Barnett in third. I'm going to go ahead and predict that not a lot of change in that running order right there. Those guys are pretty evenly matched. And I don't expect to see one of them all of a sudden gain speed. And the 18, Brady Hill, coming down to the switchback section, holding down the top spot in the B class. So Brady Hill, Kyle LeBeau, Tim McGraw, that is now, Kyle Bilodeau, Tim McGraw, that's now the top three. Bilodeau moving some spots there. Caparello dropping down to fourth. Steve Brady in fifth. Daniel Benaza sixth. Chris Tebow up to seventh. Jeff Hab dropping down to eighth. Shannon Fleming ninth, and Nick Hansen on the 88 KTM ride. Going to continue to round out the top 10. Robinson really picking up the pace on that lap. He's going to catch Zarnata. Let's see if he can track him down here. And Robinson, good run along that right-hand side as he closes up a little bit more on Steve Zarnata. So the 238 taking it all the way out to the outside lines. Pretty good gap back to third place there. Barnett still sitting in third in the 450A, but he's got a lot of real estate to cover to get up there and battle with Robinson and Zarnata. And clipping the foot there a little bit on the corner post. But Zarnata keeps it in gear and continues to move forward. So Robinson good pace going. He's not far off the back tire. Gap between first and second in the 450A, just a little bit under 3 seconds. And then you see Barnett into turn 2 as he continues to hang onto that third spot in the 450A. So 450 A and B riders working through their laps here. 450 C next off the gate. Super Mini riders, you should be in the staging area. And riders in the 40 plus A and B down to pre-staging. This is where it can start to get a little interesting here. You got Zarnata and Robinson are in the thick of the B class now. And they're lapping through guys that are, right now just outside the top 10. So, they're going to kind of try and stay on pace. They're not going to really want to pull over too much. So, Zarnata and Robinson going to have their work cut out for them getting through that. There's the number 12, Mums Racing Suzuki ride. Barnett continues a solid run in third. So with the two board out, Zarnata working his way through the traffic with no problems here now. Looked like maybe he got a little hung up there and Robinson caught up to him, but he has picked up the pace once again. Brady Hill continues an 8.5-second gap over Kyle Billadell. Vanaza in third on the 410, McGraw fourth. And there's the 170 Yamaha, Steve Brady rounding out the top 5. Looks like it is Brady Hill, Kyle Bilodeau, Dalen Vernaza well ahead of the pack in the A class. So those riders are going to probably end up getting an extra lap around because they might be the only 3 riders in the B class that haven't been lapped at this point by Steve Zarnata. So Zarnata through that big sweeping turn. There's the 238 of Robinson working through that line in the middle, right behind him. And we are on the final time around here. You see Zarnata A little bit of a mistake there. He's going to give a glance over his shoulder and see exactly where Robinson is. All right, got to pick the pace up a tiny bit and get that win. So there is the checkered flag for the DC3 suspension Suzuki. Fox Racing, FMF, Factory Connection, No Limits ride. Ben Robinson across the line second. And we're looking for the Mums Racing Suzuki ride of Taylor Barnett to hang on to the third spot. And there is Barnett across the line third. And we're going to be looking for Brady Hill to hang on for the win in the 450B, Bilodeau second, and Dalen Vanaza third. Here we go with 450C. On the 48, Alex Fenoff going to the outside line to grab the whole shot. So Fenoff out front early. Looks like it's going to be the 22 Yamaha. Ryan Olson making a move to second. So there is the 48, Alex Fenoff out front. The Yamaha rider with the lead here in the 450C. 22, Ryan Olson into the second spot. On the 93, Jordan Magoria sits in third. Magoria in third. There's the 822 of Connors fourth. 106, Evan Copeland rounding out the top five on the Factory Connection, Factory FX Scott Motorsports ride. Nose heating this time around. It looks like it's getting a little rough out there as Fenoff scrubbing off that option tabletop. It's like if he doesn't need to do it, going to go ahead and let that one go because that is a big jump to try to clear. So this is 450C out on the track. Super Mini riders will be next off the gate. Riders in the 40 plus AB. You should be in staging. 65 open riders in pre-staging. 2 to go for Fennoff. Olsen coming out of the switchback section, hanging on to that second spot. And Jordan Magora, the 93, continues to hold off Caleb Connors. And there is the 106, Copeland, rounding out that top 5. And there you go, a little better run on it for Fennoff that time. He's going to air out that big jump. And you can see lines really starting to get chopped out as they head up that Dragon's Back section. You'll either a little kicking back and forth there. And we'll be down to 1 to go now. So Alex Fennoff, Ryan Olsen still 1 and 2. One board as out. So we got one more time around here in the 450C. Super Mini Riders will be next off the gate. So out of turn 2, 106 of Copeland trying to hold off the 911 of Josh Little. That is the battle for 4th. Little in 5th, Caleb Connors 6th, John Shea 7th, Casey McNamara 8th, Jordan Drown 9th, and Dakota Pell on the 37, rounding out the top 10. Once again, there you see leader heading up to the top of the Dragon's Back section. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win here in the 450C goes to the rider on the 48. That is the Yamaha ride of Alexander Fennoff. And Fennoff with a big gap back to the second spot here. And it is going to be Ryan Olsen hanging on to that second spot on the 22 Yamaha. Jordan Magora, the 93 KTM across the line. Third, Little will get around into that 4th spot. And Caleb Connors is going to round out the top 5 as the 106 is going to drop a couple spots here on the final lap. get ready to go now with the Super Mini. On the 144, the Hop Racing KTM ride, that is Austin Capricornitis with the whole shot. Fortin on the 111, right on the back tire, coming out of turn 2. And Justin Allen up in the mix, it looks like, as well. Fortin attacking early down that Winchester Expressway. He's got the horsepower on the inside. Capricornitis is going to hang on to the throttle and hold the spot. So Capricornitis, Larry Fortin, and Justin Allen, top 3. So through the inside rhythm section, Allen trying to set something up on the inside going up the Dragon's back. So there is the 144, the Hop Racing KTM ride. Fox Racing back, KTM of Austin Capricornitis would lead the 111 Chaplin Motorsports Race Tech ride. Larry Fortin in second on the 26 Lashway Lumber Pilgrim Power Sports ride. That is Justin Allen third. Scott Concrete ride, Brian Russell fourth. MC Honda ride of Matt Hanisch. Oh, and Hanisch goes down. Just as I was trying to spit out his name there in 5th place, he's going to go down. So Justin Gonzalez moves to 5th. Aiden LaFlamme moves to 6th. It is going to be Aiden Klingen 7th, Grantley Carter 8th, Josh Mazzone 9th, and Taylor Beckwith going to move up to round out the top 10 now on lap 1. And no change at the front of the pack. I think Larry Fortin just jumped the 110-footer on his Super Mini. You got to have a heck of a run out of that turn to huck that big jump on a Super Mini bike. We'll see if that one pays off, because I know it does make up time, but on the bigger bikes, when you can really soak up that jump, I'm not sure if it's going to be faster or not on the little bike. We'll have to see if he can pull the trigger on that one again. So there's Capricornitis, there's Larry Fortin. Gap last time around was 1.9. About 2 seconds now, so no real advantage on that big jump. We're going to have to follow that one, though. There's Russell in 4th. And Justin Gonzalez, the Mums Racing HK Power Sports rider, rounding out the top 5. We'll see if Larry Fortin goes for this big jump again here. on the gas all the way, just able to clear it. So Fortin, first 85cc rider, or Super Mini I should say, to clear that 110-footer. Yeah, like I say, though, unfortunately, I think the landing might be a little bit too stiff for it to really be an advantage at this point, because on the bigger bikes, you can soak that landing up and get a little bit more forward motion. Looks like he may be kind of slamming down a little bit hard there. But kudos to the 111. Says, yeah, that's right. 110 foot, no problem. So 2 to go. And Justin Allen still trying to reel in the 111. There is Brian Russell, the 101 Scott Concrete rider. Solid, good, smooth, steady performance in that 4th spot. Aiden LaFlamme, the Cycles 128 KTM rider, rounding out the top 5. There's Justin Gonzalez now 6th on the Mums Racing HK Power Sports ride. Aiden Klingen in 7th. Rider down in that center section there as Capricornettis makes his way through cleanly. There's a 111 of Fortin getting through as well. And that is going to be the 1 lap board coming out now, so one more time around for Capricornettis to hang on for the win. So not much of a gap between first and second place, but Fortin has just not been able to close it. Austin Capricornettis running a rock-solid race out front. To say Larry Fortin has pretty much done everything he can do to try to win this race is an understatement, because the guy's willing to huck a 100-plus foot jump. I'd say he wants it. So a little bit of trouble there, yellow flag situation. Both riders getting through cleanly. They're going to go up the Dragon's back. I got to tell you, Fortin has steadily closed. He has not let this one go all race long. But it is going to be the checkered flag and the race win to the Hop Racing KTM ride of Austin Capricornettis. Chaplin Motorsports Race Tech ride of Larry Fortin, sending it over that 110-footer. He's going to come across the line in second. We're looking for the Lashway Lumber, Pilgrim Power Sports, Fox Racing, Factory Connection ride. There's Justin Allen third. Apparently Justin not willing to jump off of a 10-story building on his 85cc bike there. So Gap Unitas, Fortin, Allen, top three. Briar Russell hangs on to fourth. Aiden LaFlamme rounds out the top five. And we've got 40-plus A and B riders next off the gate here. And Todd Rashad holds that center line. The 51 Yamaha with the hole shot for the 40A. And the 87 hanging onto the inside line. So Gary Wilson with the hole shot for the B-class gate drop. So there's the 51. Todd Rashad back into the inside rhythm section out front in the 40A. 57, and is Mark Shea into second. Mike Doucette on the number 10 in third. Looks like Kinsley in fourth. And there's the 23 TSR Kawasaki ride of Greg Landry rounding out the top five. It is Gary Wilson with the lead in the B class. Still 799. Jake Thompson, the Nault Honda Powerhouse Thompson Racing ride in second. 68, Steve Ross, the Factory Connection Honda rider in third. There is Wilson coming through the switchback section out front in the B class. Ross in second. Lopez, the 991. Kenny G's Performance Tuning Kawasaki in third. Agar in fourth on the 21. And it looks like Chevalier going to round out the top five on the 175. So this is 40-plus A and B riders out on the track right now. So 2-lap board out here. And Gary Wilson had a pretty easy run all the way through. Now the 175 Chevalier getting around Ross and closing right on the back tire of Gary Wilson. So Ross drops back to third. There's Lopez in fourth. And Mike Comieux, the 94, going to round out the top 5 now. So Agar dropping back in the field a little bit down to 6th. But Wilson pretty much trouble-free moto all the way through, and now he's going to definitely have a little bit of pressure to deal with. As you see, Chevalier sweeping that outside line in the back left corner. And he is right on the back tire of the 87 of Wilson now. They're going to go side by side into the Riverside Drive tabletop. Chevalier, nice line on the outside. He's going to make the pass. Let's see if he can make it stick. And he does. So the 175, Eric Chevalier taking the lead away from the 87 of Gary Wilson. Down to 1 to go as Rashad continues to run at the front of the pack in the 48. Shea in second. Kinsley on the 47, hanging on a third. He's got Glenn Galasher right there with him, and Landry as well. And there it is, battle for the lead in the B class. This one's going to be good on the final lap here. Chevalier making the pass. We'll see if Wilson can answer back on the 87. Wilson's got the line on the inside, coming along the Winchester Expressway. And he's going to pull right alongside Chevalier. He's going to go to the inside. Chevalier goes to the outside. No pass there. You're going to switch those lines up, and there you go. The 175 is going to find himself on that outside, coming to the bottom of this turn. Race win in the 40A is going to go to the 51 of Todd Rashad. Wilson gets back on the inside, takes the lead back. It is going to be Mark Shea hanging on a second in the 40A. Here's Kinsley, he's going to hang on a third. And it looks like Wilson is going to hang on for the win in the B class. Here we go, 65 open. And it's going to be the 24, Owen Covell grabbing the whole shot. And do want to remind folks, we have all the awards posted down there from the chili contest, the pumpkin carving contest. So make sure you head down there and check out, see where you finished in those contests. We'll be handing out those awards today as well. So make sure you head down, see who finished where in the chili cooking contest, pumpkin carving contest. And they'll have that all right down there at the registration building. So Owen Cavell grabbing the whole shot. He had the number 8 of Nerona right there with him. So there is the PAX Racing Pilgrim Power Sports ride. Owen Cavell out to the early lead here. On the 5.26, that is Taylor Beckwith, the CD Davenport trucking rider, moving into second. Jack Nerona on the number 8, battling with Roman Oki for that third spot. Oki had it, and Nerona's going to take it. 365, Frazier rounds out the top 5. Jaden Doyen in 6. Keegan Keogh on the 01. Dave Clark, Excavation, Massa Mobile Repairs. Red Barn Performance Ride running in the 7th spot. Mason Nettleton 8th, Quan Matiola 9th, and Matt Will going to round out the top 10 here. So 65 open riders out on the track here. So there's Cavell into the finish line turn section. 2-lap board going to come out. Youth A and B next off the gate. Riders in the Youth C, you should be in the staging area. 40 plus C and 50 plus down to pre-staging. So with 2 to go, Owen Cavell, Taylor Beckwith, Jack Nerona, top 3. Roman Oki in the 4th spot. And there's the 928 Mason Nettleton going to move into the top 5 now. Frazier 6th, Keegan Keogh 7th, Matiola 8th, Jaden Doyen 9th, and it's going to be the number 2, Cody Beckwith, the CD Davenport Trucking, La Valley Trucking ride, rounding out the top 10. So Cavell to the finish line turn. He has got one more time around here to take the win. There's a 5.26 of Taylor Beckwith. Beckwith has been in second all race long, and now Nerona really picking up the pace as he is right on Beckwith. So with one to go, Nerona could take that second spot away. Oki sits in fourth. And it's Mason Nettleton, the 9.28, rounding out the top five with the one lap board out here. So Beckwith using that high inside line. Nerona going to go to the outside. Trying to find a little real estate here. So Cavell making his way back to the inside here as we follow the battle for second place. And the checkered flag. There's the race win for the 24 Packs Racing Pilgrim Power Sports ride of Owen Cavell. Beckwith looks like he is going to hang on to that second spot. Nerona getting a little bit of trouble coming through some of the traffic in that section there. So the CD Davenport Trucking, LaValle Trucking Factory Connection ride of Taylor Beckwith hangs on a second. Jack Nerona, solid run on the Alias back KTM to finish it up in third. Romanoki is going to get fourth. Mason Nettleton rounds out the top five. And we've got Youth AB next off the gate. So Youth AB riders next off the gate here. Riders in the Youth C, you should be in staging 40C and 50 plus in pre-staging. So just finishing out the laps here in the 65 Open. We've got Youth AB ready to fire down the start straight. That's going to be the 46, holding the inside line this time. Jake Walker grabbing the whole shot on the Moto E Emily Chiropractic New Boston Crane 60 alias DVS ride. Looks like Walker out front, Brady Hill in second, 67 to Kyle Russo in third. So it is indeed the 46 of Walker holding on to the lead. The 18 of Brady Hill, though. The Go MX Vermont. Lynx Russo sits third on the 913. Brandon Gregori in fourth. He's going to give that spot up to the 127 as Sam St. Laurent takes it away at the finish line. So Gregori now fifth. Cam Dufault sixth. Dalen Vanaza seventh. Cam Thurston, Los Ecos 128 rider eighth. Austin Capricornetis ninth. And Jack Zarcy rounding out the top 10 here on lap one. So the 18 coming back into the inside section here. Brady Hill holding down the top spot. Sorry, Jake Walker holding down the top spot. Brady Hill in second. My mistake there. I've forgotten how to read. And now Cam Dufault moving up into third as he gets around Gregori. Russo's going to drop all the way back to fifth. There is the 46, Jake Walker, out front. Solid lead going here in the Youth AB. Looked like the 18 of Hill closing up the gap on him earlier in the race, but the Du Bois Construction, Shalo Brothers, Firewood, Mike Supply Ride falling back off the pace just a little bit. And Cam Duvall, Brandon Grigori going at it for that third spot. Cam Duvall looking back over his shoulder there as he heads up over that big option jump. Now 2 to go here in the UAB. So Walker Hill, Duvall still the top 3 riders. So they see Jake Walker, Brady Hill hitting that big option jump. Still top 2 here. A little while ago, we had somebody asking about an 85 Kickstarter. We did find that out on the track. You can head down to the registration building. They'll have it down there. We were looking around to see if we could find you out there, but weren't able to spot you. So we'll put that Kickstarter down at the registration building. So down to 1 to go here as Walker makes his way over the finish line jump. So it looked like Cam Duvall able to get free of that battle going on he had with Grigori. And now Dalen Vernazza going to pick up the torch there and try and take that spot away from Grigori. So the 913 had his hands full all race long here. So there he's leading, making his way to the inside. Solid run today. Walker on the Moto E, Emily Chiropractic, New Boston Crane 60, alias DVS X Pro Yoshimura Scott Motorsports Ride. Having a good day here at Winchester. That'll be the race win here for the Twin Air Factory Connection 2N Media K-Ray Graphics Team Justice Ronnie's Bennington BBK ride as Jake Walker takes the win. On the 18, the Go MX Vermont Lynx Racing Corel Fuels Lamoille Valley Ford ride. Brady Hill second, Cam Duvall the 41 across the line third. Looks like Brandon Gregori is going to get fourth, and we'll get ready to go now with the Youth C. On the 111, the Kawasaki ride, Larry Fortin. You're going to take that Super Mini out there and grab a hole shot against all these big bikes. Yeah, no problem. So Fortin with the hole shot. The early lead looks like Devin O'Leary, the 465, going to come up the inside far right-hand corner as they head all the way down the far side of the track, the Winchester Expressway. O'Leary trying to horsepower into the turn. Fortin having none of it on the 111. And not able to get a run at that big hit this time around. So Larry Fortin, Devin O'Leary 1 and 2. Looks like Aiden Willett, the 800, into third. On the 35, Aiden LaFlamme in the fourth spot. Rounding out the top five, it's Nick DeRoma, the 603. On the 55, Justin Armstrong across the line in sixth. 517, Hunter Benoit seventh. On the number 11, KTM Tuamala in eighth. Looks like it's going to be Justin Gonzalez, the 333, running in ninth. And Nick Michelli on the 20, going to round out the top 10 on lap one. And there you go, Fortin hitting that big jump. And again, I think he's going to be the only rider you're going to see out here in the youth seat that's going to air out that 110-footer. So two board coming out here for the 111 Chaplin Motorsports Race Tech suspension ride of Larry Fortin. Aiden Willett on the 800 going to make the move around into that second spot. It is going to be the 35. LaFlamme moving to third as problems for your the 465 of O'Leary out in that center section there. DeRoma now fourth. Justin Armstrong going to give up that fifth spot as it's going to be Benoit who takes fifth. Justin Gonzalez on the 333 HK Power Sports Mums Racing ride in sixth. Tuamala in seventh. Looks like Justin Armstrong eighth, Ryan Lang in ninth, and Nick Michelli rounding out the top 10 here in the UC. Two-lap board is out. Your leader on the Riverside Drive tabletop section. Down to 1 to go now as Fortin makes his way up and over the finish line jump. So working through the final lap, Yuluda making his way out of the S-turn section and into the Riverside Drive. See if he's going to hit this big booter one more time just for the sake of argument here. Nope, got to scrub it off that time on the inside. So Lita heading up at the top of the Dragon's Back section, final time around here. And the checkered flag will come out the race win here on the 111, the Chaplin Motorsports Race Tech Suspension Ride. Larry Fortin with the win there. Aiden Willett on the 800 KTM across the line to hang on a second. Aiden LaFlamme on the 35. We're going to hang on a third. There's the 603 Nick DeRoma fourth. And rounding out the top five, the 333 HK Power Sports Mums Racing Ride of Justin Gonzalez. We've got the 40 plus C and 50 plus riders next off the gate here. On that number 10, that is going to be the Winchester Motorsports ride of Mike Doucette with the whole shot for the 50 plus. And the 17 up the center section to grab the whole shot for the 40C. That is Randy Pell. So Mike Doucette, Pat Andrews, and Fran McNamara top three here. And looks like Randy Pell, Rob Lockwood 1 and 2. It looks like Ted Norton into third for the 40C. So there is Doucette on the number 10 out front in the 50 plus here. Andrews battling with the 381 of McNamara. Bergquist in fourth. There is the 718 Zarsi rounding out the top 5. And the 40C, there's the 17, Randy Pell. He has got the early lead here, 740 Lockwood right with him. On the 903, Ted Norton sits in third. Jeff Mortimer fourth, and looks like it's going to be the 22 of Kevin Webster rounding out the top 5 for the 40C. Caputo in 6th, Dion 7th, and Chris Cook in the 8th spot. So Doucette trying to stretch out the lead in the 50 plus. Good battle going on here. Andrews and McNamara for that second spot. And Zarsi now going to get up into the 4th spot as they go to the inside. So two board comes out here. Doucette making his way to the finish line turn. And McNamara able to get around to take that second spot on the 381. We'll see if the 311 of Pat Andrews can answer back here. So 40 plus C and 50 plus riders out on the track here. 2-lap board is out. Mike Doucette, Fran McNamara, Pat Andrews, Kurt Zarsi, Kevin Bergquist top 5 in the 50 plus. Rob Lockwood, Randy Pell, Ted Norton, Jeff Mortimer, and Kevin Webster top 5 in the 40C. There is a number 10 Doucette heading up the Dragon's Back section. So Doucette heading into the finish line turn. McNamara trying to hang on to that second spot. Looks like Kurt Zarsi making the move around to third and pushing forward. We're down to 1 to go here. So there is leader on the Winchester Motorsports KTM, the number 10 of Mike Doucette. And McNamara trying to hang on a second, but it is a 718 Zarsi Custom Cabinets Top Gear Mix ride of Kurt Zarsi. Right on the back tire here. Andrews in fourth now, and it's the number 5 of Jim Nerona rounding out the top 5 for the 50 plus. And there's Lockwood, the 740 Kawasaki rider, holds the lead still in the 40C. Giving himself a little breathing room now. He's got a pretty comfortable gap over the 17 of Pell, and now the 903 of Norton trying to take that second spot away from Pell. Back left corner, is Zarsi going to make the pass on McNamara? I'll put him into the second spot here. So there is a leader in the 50 plus, all the way out to the center turn. And that'll be the checkered flag coming out the race, winning the 50 plus, goes to the number 10. The Winchester Motorsports KTM ride of Mike Doucette with the win. 718 Top Gear MX Zarsi Custom Cabinets ride. Kurt Zarsi second to 381. A Fran McNamara third for the 50 plus. Looks like Jim Nerona fourth, and Pat Andrews will round out the top five for 50 plus. Rob Lockwood, the 740 Kawasaki, across the line to take the win in the 40 plus C. And looks like the 17, Randy Pell, going to hang on to that second spot in the 40C, the 903. Ted Norton third. We'll get ready to go now with the 65 A and B. Covell on the inside line, Nerona on the outside, and Covell going to hang on for the whole shot on the Pilgrim Power Sports KTM. So Owen Covell, Jack Nerona, 1 and 2 down the Riverside Drive section. Looks like the 928 of Nettleton up into third. So 65 AB riders out on the track. Once again, I want to remind folks, if you rented a transponder to race with us here today, please make sure you return that before you head off property. If you're all set with racing, please make sure you return your transponder promptly. And of course, as you pack up to head home, please make sure you take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris. And we certainly appreciate all the help folks give us with that as they keep Winchester nice and clean for all the families who come here to race with us. There is the 24 Pilgrim Power Sports ride. Jack Nerona sits in the second spot on the 5-2-3 up into third. That is Tug Greenslip, the Chef's Planet Wide Open Racing rider. The 928 of Nettleton drops back to fourth. Keegan Keogh on the Dave Clark Excavation Delivery Sales and Service Massa Mobile Repairs ride sits in the fifth spot. Cody Beckwith in sixth. On the 222, Braden Webster going to get around and take the 8th spot. Matt Will in 7th. Connor Blaze 9th. And Eric Franklin rounding out the top 10. So Cavell making his way up that Dragon's Back section here out front with lead in 65 AB. 65C riders next off the gate. 250 A and B, you should be in staging, and 250 C in pre-staging. So here is Nerona and Nettleton coming out of that S-turn section there. So Owen Cavell, Jack Nerona, Tug Greenslip, Mason Nettleton, and Keegan Keogh top 5. Cody Beckwith 6th, Braden Webster 7th. Connor Blaze, the 77 in 8th now. And Nerona, a little look over his shoulder as he comes out of that Riverside Drive section there. Tug Greenslip starting to put the pressure on the number 8. That is going to be the one lap board coming out now for the rider on the 24, the Pilgrim Power Sports PAX Racing ride. There is the number 8, Nerona, coming through that roller section, trying to stay ahead of the 5-2-3. There's Mason Nettleton, the 928 rider, sitting in that 4th spot. And there is the 01, Keegan Keogh, rounding out the top 5 here. So watching the 24 of Cavell through the inside section. And that'll be the checkered flag to race win here in the 65 AB for the rider on the 24. That is the Fox Pax Racing Pilgrim Power Sports shift racing ride of Owen Covell. Nerona still have his hands full here with a couple of turns to go. And he is going to hang on to that second spot. Chef's playing a wide open racing ride of Tug Greenstead across the line third, right behind him. Mason Nettleton fourth. They're looking for the 01 of Keegan Keogh to round out the top five. And that looks like it's going to be the 74 Van Okie grabbing the whole shot. So Okie out in front here in the early lead for the 65C. So leaders coming to the switchback section, and it looks like Van Okie holding the top spot here. And it looks like it is going to be Okie holding the lead here with 2 to go. And actually, that is Roman Okie, not Van Okie. Had the wrong Okie there. Mistaken my Okies, as it were. 418, Mason Habrick in the second spot. Jaden Doyen in third. There's Nick Frazier fourth. Merrill Cox rounds out the top five. Actually, I believe that's Spencer Brodeur rounding out the top five. Merrill Cox in sixth. Ginger Osgood, the 22, in the eighth spot. Kalen Housey in seventh on the 148. So again, my mistake here. That is actually a Roman Okie out in the lead, not Van. And Mason Habrick putting the pressure on the leader here. 418 KTM ride. And looked like Okie a little bit of trouble getting out of that turn there. Habrick's going to close up the gap. And Oki on the outside, Habrick on the inside. No advantage coming out of the section. And we are down to 1 to go. So the number 3, Roman Oki, holds the lead. Mason Habrick right there with him. Top 2 riders, pretty solid gap going on the field. Jaden Doyen to 3.27, still trying to hang on to that 3rd spot, but he's got Frazier working on the outside line. And Doyen's going to hold the spot. So Doyen in 3rd, Frazier 4th, Kalen Housey, the 148, rounding out the top 5. So good battle going on for the lead here. Habrick is right on the back tire of Oki as they head into that sweeping Talladega turn. A little mistake for the leader there. That is going to cost him about a half a second. Habrick right on him now up the Dragon's back. And there is Oki into the switchback section. Final time through. And that bike kicking him around a little bit, but he's going to keep it underneath him. And that'll be the checkered flag. The race win here in the 65C goes to the number 3, Roman Oki. Second spot on the 418, 100% ride of Mason Habrick. And it is going to be the 3-2-7 through the roller section into the finish line turn. Jaden Doyen going to hang on at 3rd. The 148, Kalen Housey across the line 4th. And Nicholas Frazier, 365, rounds out the top 5. That'll do it. We've got 250 A and B next off the gate. 250C final moto of the day lined up in the staging area. And don't forget, coming up October 23rd, NESC will be here at Winchester. That is next weekend, next Sunday. The folks will be racing with us on October 23rd. You want to come out and get some time in, race with the folks from NESC. And then on the 29th, we've got the makeup of round 7. That'll be across the street on the SMX track. That's October 29th, and that should be the last 2 events here for the year for Winchester. Here we go, 250 A and B. And it is going to be Ben Robinson, the No Limits, Fox Racing, Factory Connection, FMF Suzuki Ride. The whole shot for the A gate drop. Here we go for the B. All the way to the outside line, grabbing the whole shot on the 46. That is the new Boston Crane Moto E Emily Chiropractic. So leaders in the 250A making their way back to that inside center section. Looking for Robinson out in front here. Looks like Woodman in the second spot and Gonzalez in third. Walker with the lead early on in the B class. He has got a bunch of pressure though. Looks like that's going to be the 18 of Brady Hill. They're going next for Mountain Links Racing. Carell Fuels Memorial Valley Ford Ride in the second spot and putting pressure on Walker. Grigori into third. The 205 Hilson Contractors ride. Kevin Hill fourth. Zach Bilodeau on the 305. Sorry, Kyle Bilodeau on the 305 rounds out the top five. So Walker Hill, Grigori Hill, and Bilodeau, that is your top five. The 250B, all those riders airing out that big table is single. And it is still Robinson, Woodman, and Gonzalez running order in the 250A. So 250 A and B riders working through their laps. Hey, we got a rider on a 65 looking for the core of your silencer, which disappeared about midway through that last moto. We have it over on the steps over here. So Ben Robinson dropping onto that switchback section as he continues to run at the front of the pack here. Not a big surprise to see Ben out front. Woodman in second, Gonzalez in third. Down to 2 to go. In very close proximity here. So 2 to go. Jake Walker's got the lead, but there is Brady Hill and Brandon Grigori second and third, and they are not far off the back tire of the 46 of Walker. We got battles all the way through the top 10 in the 250 B class here. So 1 to go now as Robinson makes his way to the finish line turn. Once again, if you're looking for a silencer for a 65, we've got it down on the steps down here by the announcer's tower. And there is Walker giving himself a little more breathing room now. Grigori gets around into that second spot. That is going to drop the 18 of Brady Hill back to third. Hill getting bounced all over the place here. Not sure if something's not up with that bike. So Walker trying to put the seal on the deal here on the final lap. There you see Robinson airing out that big option tabletop. So heading off to the center section there, looks like Walker going to try and hang on to this one. We'll pick up your leader in the 250A. And into the finish line turn, checkered flag. That's the race win in the 250A for the Fox Racing FMF Factory Connection No Limit Suzuki ride. Ben Robinson with the win. A 5:08, Matt Woodman across the line second. HK Power Sports, Mums Racing ride. Johnny Gonzalez will take third, and here we go. This one's going to go right down to the finish line. Grigori on the move. Well, Walker's going to have that inside line, so Jake Walker going to hang on for the win. Brandon Grigori pushing hard. Good battle right down to the finish there. 2:05 of Kevin Hill, the Hilson Contractors rider, going to hang on to the third spot. We have got 250C final moto of the day on the gate, getting set to go racing here. The 22 Yamaha holding that inside line. That is going to be Ryan Olson with the whole shot. A couple riders getting stuck in turn 2 there. So down the left-hand side, Riverside Drive tabletop section, Ryan Olson, the 22 Yamaha out in front. So leaders down to the switchback section. And Olson has the early lead here. On the number 11, that is Miles Tuamala running in the second spot. The 20 of Nick Michelli in third. It is the 55, that's Justin Armstrong running in fourth. So Ryan Olson, Miles Tuamala, Nick Michelli top three, Justin Armstrong fourth, John Shea rounds out the top five, Tom Kirkland is sixth, Tyler Pandolfo in seventh, Nick Momola running in eighth, Colby DeWolf ninth, and Sierra Bernard going to round out the top 10 on the Factory Connection Suzuki ride. And that is the two-lap board coming out as Uda makes his way up and over the finish line jump. So 2 to go here for the 22, Ryan Olson. Miles Tuamala on the number 11 KTM ride, hanging on a second. There's Michelli in third on the 20. And Justin Armstrong, John Shea back and forth, fourth and fifth here. Armstrong trying to get that fourth spot. He's going to get it. Shea takes it back from him coming out of the finish line turn. So leaders down the right-hand side. And there's the leader heading up the Dragon's Back. So Ryan Olson on the 22 coming to the finish line turn section. He's going to get the one lap board this time. So one time around to take the win here in the 250C. Tuamala in the second spot still there on the number 11. Michelli continues to hang on a third. There's Justin Armstrong, John Shea still fourth and fifth, so they're going to keep their battle going for one more time around, it looks like. So Lita making his way all the way down the far side, that big sweeping Talladega turn. And here is Lita coming out of the switchback section. That is the checkered flag. The race win here in the 250C on the 22 Yamaha ride. That's the Seacoast Yamaha of Ryan Olson with the win. Across the line in second on the number 11, Miles Tuamala. It's going to be the 20 of Michelli across the line in third. And that is going to do it for the racing with us here today. We hope everyone had a great weekend with us here at Winchester. I want to say thanks to everyone who's been watching live online. If you didn't get a chance to pick up that, there is a live stream we did today. There'll be an archive coming up in the next couple of days, so you'll be able to go back and watch that if you'd like to. And I want to say thanks to all the folks watching live online. We're going to go ahead and sign off to the live online broadcast.